Hello, good morning, everyone. Welcome to Eurasia Research Online International Conference. Hello, Yamaguchi ma'am, how are you?
Hi, thank you. Hello.
Hello. We just welcome you to our conference.
All right, thank you. So just a moment, please.
Yeah, sure, ma'am, sure. Hello, ma'am Bhanupriya, how are you?
Thank you, ma'am. I'm fine.
Hello, sir, Baba Sahib, how are you? Welcome to Eurasia Research Online Live Conference. Sir Baba Sahib, am I audible to you? Sir Baba Sahib, am I audible to you? Hello, Dr. Reeti ma'am, how are you? Welcome to Eurasia Research Live International Conference. Ma'am, I would like to unmute yourself before you start.
Good afternoon, all of you, and thank you for organizing this conference. Hope to have a wonderful session with all of you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Dr. Baba Sahib, am I audible to you? Give that start with Uchi. And I would like you to give your brief introduction to all our participants.
And sorry, an introduction of myself.
Yes, ma'am. A brief introduction so that participants know.
Hello, everyone. So my name is Yoshiko Yamaguchi, and I'm working in a faculty of nursing in Kasui University, Japan. So nice to meet you. So, and I have been working in here about around 10 years. So.
Okay, thank you so much, ma'am. Ma'am Bhanupriya, I would like you to give a small brief introduction regarding yourself to our participants.
Hello, hi. This is Bhanupriya. I'm from India, Chennai, doing research in SRM IST, Katangulattur, Chennai. And I'm keen to see about the conference. Yeah, waiting.
Okay, ma'am.
Thank you.
You're most welcome, ma'am. Moving further, Dr. Reeti, ma'am, could you please give your brief introduction to our participants?
Yeah, hello, everybody. I am Dr. Reeti Devnath. Currently, I am the program coordinator of the Master in Public Health program at NSHM Knowledge Campus, Kolkata. Our college is affiliated with the Maulana Abul Kalam Azad University of Technology in West Bengal. And we are having courses running for various healthcare degree programs like Masters in Public Health, Health Administration, Psychology, and Nutrition. So today's topic, I think I'll be delivering of one of these areas, which is dealing with COVID and current mental health condition in India. I'll be talking about that. So that's about myself.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Sir Baba Sahib, I would like to give you a brief introduction to our participants, please.
Yes, madam, I will. Myself, Dr. Baba Sahib More. I am attending this conference as a keynote speaker. Currently, I am working as a professor in physics at Brahmadev Dadamani Institute of Technology, Solapur. And also, I am Dean of Research and R&D at this institute. And currently, I am working on groundwater and gravitational variations like that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. As I can see, Diana ma'am has also joined us. Ma'am, I would like you to give a brief introduction to our participants. Hello, Diana ma'am. Welcome to Eurasia Research. I would like you to give your brief introduction to our participants.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. I would like to welcome you to this wonderful event on behalf of Eurasia Research and State University of Jakarta.
Okay, thank you so much, ma'am. Ma'am Ignitia has also joined us. Good morning, ma'am. Welcome to Eurasia Research. I would like you to give a small introduction to our participants.
Me? Hello, Agnieszka?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Hello for everybody. I'm psychologist. I'm head of the Faculty of Psychology at the private University of Pedagogy in Białystok in Poland. I am a head person and founder of the private primary school in Białystok and also an expert in the Ministry of National Education. My research interests include the self-regulation, dysfunctional behavior, and social relation. My scientist project is concentrate on self-regulation among middle school students and emotions and relations between groups. Thank you.
You're most welcome, ma'am. Ma'am Sarah Bennett, we welcome you to Eurasia Research, and I would like you to give a small brief introduction regarding yourself to our participants. Ma'am Sarah Bennett, am I audible to you?
Yes, hello. I'm a student at the Singapore American School. I'm currently in my second to last year of high school, and I'm really looking forward to the conference.
Okay, thank you so much, ma'am. Sir Ahmed Muthana, welcome to Eurasia Research. I would like you to give a small brief introduction regarding yourself to our participants.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Ahmed Muthana. I'm 27. I'm Master of Communication Engineering student, University of Malaysia. Nice to meet you all. Thank you for having me today.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. Sir Ziaoxing, welcome to Eurasia Research. Sir, I would also like you to give a brief introduction regarding yourself. Sir Ziaoxing, am I audible to you? Hello, Sir Ziaoxing, am I audible to you? Sir Ziaoxing? I guess he's facing some technical issues, so we'll be moving forward.
Oh.
Sir Ziaoxing, am I audible to you?
Ask me.
Yes, sir.
Hello,
Hello,
Zhou
sir.
Xiaoxiang. So I didn't listen clearly. Sorry.
Hello.
No need for
Yes.
apologies, sir. No need for apologies.
Mhm.
I would like you to give a brief introduction to our participants regarding yourself.
So when I will do my presentation.
Sir, right now, so we are having just an introduction. Presentation will continue when the conference starts.
Okay. Okay.
So I just want you to introduce yourself to our participants. Introduction.
Okay. Introduction now. Okay, I'm Zhou Xiaoxiang. I come from. My name is Zhou Xiaoxiang, and I come from Chinese Southeast University. Yes, and my research just about microfluidic, microfluidic, and do some design and fabrication, and applied in some stairs and some detection. Yes, do some detection and share culture. Yes.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much.
Nice. Yes.
Thank you so much for introduction.
Thank
So
you.
moving forward with our conference. Welcome to Eurasia Research Live International Conference. Today we have participants from 11 countries around the world, USA, Japan, Poland, India, China, Sweden, Singapore, Taiwan, Malaysia, Indonesia, and Israel. We are broadcasting this conference on Facebook Live on multiple pages of Eurasia Research. The links for the live sessions are shared in the chat box. Before we move forward, I would like to introduce you to Eurasia Research in a nutshell. With moreover 1 million satisfied members and associates spread across the globe, Eurasia Research is a scholarly association who have been working for nearly a decade. Eurasia Research has organized several successful international conferences, workshops, and training programs at various reputed institutions and grand venues. Eurasia Research has
Ma'am, can't hear you.
Ma'am, am I audible to you now?
Yeah, you're audible.
Yes.
Okay, I'll start from the beginning again. Sorry for the technical glitch. With over more than 1 million satisfied members and associates spread across the globe, Eurasia Research is a scholarly association who has been working for nearly a decade. Eurasia Research has organized several successful international conferences, workshops, and training programs at various reputed institutions and grand venues. Eurasia Research has been tirelessly working for research world and have not stopped their endeavors even during COVID era, and have presented research community with online platform which was safe and convenient method to continue their passion. We are an international community of researchers, practitioners, students, and educationists who aim to bring together worldwide researchers and professionals, encourage intellectual development, and to create opportunities for networking and collaboration. These objectives are achieved through academic networking, meetings, conferences, workshops, projects, research publications, academic awards, and scholarship. We provide scholarship to deserving candidates to promote students and research scholars to participate in the international conference. Young research scholarship is provided in the form of full registration fee waiver. We have vast experience of publishing papers for more than 7 years. Our associated journals publish original papers, review papers, conceptual framework, analytical and simulation models, case studies, empirical research, technical notes, and book reviews. We cater to more than 30 plus themes in the area of social sciences and humanities and have registered ISSN and have following renowned indexing: Google Scholar, Crosscheck Authenticate, Crossref, the Keeper's Registry, Scribed, Portico, Road, Directory of Open Access Scholarly Resources, OAI PMH Registered Data Provider, PKP Index, and will be soon applying for Scopus 2. We have a wide network of 100 plus internationally acclaimed keynotes across the globe who share their knowledge and guidance with our participants with open hands. We have a large number of committee members and advisors who support us and guide us through their expert opinions and decision-making capabilities. We couldn't have thought of reaching here without them. We also encourage our participants to connect with more than 15K plus followers on our social media platform where they can share their research and interests. Join our Facebook group and be a part of discussions by researchers and academicians. We also have several collaborations with universities, colleges, and institutes to better serve all interested and like-minded intellectuals. With great enthusiasm and pleasure, we would like to announce about our latest project, which is Terra Fellow Program in Education. The program offers an opportunity to learn the key concepts and latest trends in the teaching industry from the academic stalwarts. We are also going to launch a free of cost members of the Teaching and Education Summit for all researchers, practitioners, students, and educationists, as we have successfully conducted our second Terra International Summit on 15th of February 2022, and the third summit is scheduled to be on 16th of May 2022. So that was a brief introduction. Also, I would like to introduce you to myself. My name is Kritika Chaudhary, and I am your host for the conference today. Before we move forward with the conference, our STRA President, Dr. Ludmila Greisen, full Professor, Information Systems Department, Simon Kuznets, Kharkiv National University of Economics, Kharkiv, Ukraine, has shared a small video presentation with us. Let's see what she has to say.
Hello to everybody. My name is Ludmila Greisen, and I am happy to greet all the participants of the Science and Technical Research Association. It's a great honor for me to take up the position of the President of Association. A few words about myself. I earned master degree in applied mathematics. Also, I earned PhD and postdoctoral degree in pedagogical science. Currently, I'm working as a full professor of Information System Department, Simon Kuznets National University of Economics, Kharkiv City, Ukraine. During the last 3 years, I have been actively working within the association. I was invited as a keynote speaker at different conferences where I shared the results of my research in the sphere of information technologies in education. Science and Technical Research Association aims to bring together worldwide researchers and professionals to encourage intellectual development, to create opportunities for networking and collaboration. These aims are achieved through academic networking, meetings, conferences, workshops, projects, and etc. So I would be happy if the current and new coming members of association and all of us together took the opportunity to go on their investigations, to share their research and the results of their research on the platform of the association, to make our world a better place to live. So see you later in our forthcoming event. Follow up in the sites and in Facebook. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ludmila ma'am, for a small video presentation regarding our organization. Moving forward with the conference. We would also like to share some of our past participants' experience with us. Our first participant as an eminent speaker was Dr. W.G. Sumanti Kanora Singhe, Doctor of Philosophy Institute, PGIA, University of Virginia. We had a small chat session with us, so let's see what she has to say.
Dr. Samanthi Konarasinghe. I would introduce myself as a mathematician, as an artist. So I've been a lecturer for about 25 years and a statistical consultant for more than 2 decades. And at the moment, I am the statistical consultant and academic director of the Institute of Mathematics and Management, Sri Lanka. If I talk about my contact with the Eurasia it's a physical one, physical contact. Then my last one is in Australia, Melbourne, 2020, just before the border closes. It is in 2020 March, as I remember. Yeah, so just before the border closes. So after that, I mean, we had no other option. I really appreciate the Eurasia Research and other organizations taking this initiative to conduct online sessions. Otherwise, we don't know when the borders will be open and we will be able to move together. So like earlier, so until then, we don't need to take a break. So online sessions are really good motivation for the researchers to be together and continue their work. But as I said earlier, we have to move whatever happened. Still, differences are more interesting. The main reason is we greet people, and that kind of interaction. We are humans, no? So social animals need human interaction. That part is missing, but we have to adapt to the something is better than nothing philosophy. Eurasia Research, as I said, over the last few years, I have been with you. I have addressed many of your forums as a keynote speaker. So one thing I really like is whatever happens in the world, you are not stopping your work. That means you are determined to do something. For some people, when something happens, like especially the government universities, okay, now is a pandemic, so we can't do anything. So that is not your motivation. So I must thank Professor Rola Charles and your team for not stopping your work. Whatever happened, you are going on. And that Melbourne conference is a very good example. About 40 or 50 participants have registered. Were there. Only 5 or 6 could attend the conference. But your your agent was there and he conducted the session from morning to evening without any problem. The number of participants was not a matter. So because as an experienced person with these conferences all over the world, I know some private organizations get the money, they get the papers. Some, of course, they do publications, but they do not conduct the conferences, saying that they don't have sufficient participants. That means they are trying to cut down the cost from that, like hall booking and things. But Eurasia Research is not like that. The very good example, 4 or 5 participants, still you conducted the session. That was in Victoria University Conference Center, Melbourne City. So it's a costly place, but you conducted it. That is you. So, I mean, you keep your word. Another day.
I hope to see you in our upcoming conferences. Thank you.
Of course.
Thank you so much, Samanthi ma'am, for your video presentation and having a chat session with us. Moving forward. After Samanthi ma'am, we also had a chat session with Dr. Marisa Brazo Ocampo from PhD, Fukushima Gwakin University, Fukushima City, Japan. A small chat session is video. We are playing the small chat session video, which we conducted with her. Let's see what she has to say.
Good day, everyone. I'm Dr. Marisa Ocampo, and I'm a 100% Filipino, physically. You know, look at my picture, I'm 100% Filipino. and 90% Filipino mentally, but 100% Japanese when it comes to because I am now a naturalized Japanese. Online conferences are good because financially we can save money. Yeah, so instead of spending $100 or about $1,000 going to that particular place, we could save them. Now we could save this kind of money, and also safer for us, especially during this period of pandemic period. And then so money, and then also time. We can save time now. So instead of doing the conference for a week, and we can just only sit in our office and have this and wait for the time, and then you are there. Another advantage, I think, is that you can, so just like Eurasia, you're giving all the participants to record now, so pre-recording now, so pre-recording, so which is actually good in a way, because you can practice and you can minimize mistakes, especially when you really want other listeners to learn about your research now. And then also, we're of course this of online conferences, I found it quite sad in a way, because we cannot meet people and we cannot, we can have this actual human to human conversation, because we cannot even of the person we are having a conversation now, just like us now. I can that we are robots now. So that is the disadvantage, actually, because I'm more pro human now, and getting energies from other people. So that is, I think, the disadvantage. Eurasia is it is not limited to the topics of the participants. It is something all in one box. Whereas in other conferences, only focusing in one topic now, so which is very limited. But Eurasia conference is not now, so they can join any topics they have, and any research they want to share with the participants are fine. So which is really great. And that is the advantage, and that is the beauty of Eurasia. Well, the first time I attended the Eurasia was in Singapore. Yes, Singapore now. And when I attended that one, I felt that Eurasia group was a kind of family to me. The number of the participants were not that big. So I felt that this is a kind of conference, because we had this kind of, a chance to talk to each other now. So it is not with the organizer, but also with the participants. I also had some experiences attending big conferences. Hundreds of participants were there, but after the presentation, no interaction with them. So it was actually kind of sad. And so that was the smaller the group is, the better, I think, if you really want to to develop to develop your connection with other researchers. I hope that someday we will be able to to have this chance again. And I will recommend this Eurasia. And very how they call it, so you're organized in a way. You are organized, which is I love. Bye. Thank you.
Thank you, Marisa ma'am, for your kind words. And moving forward with our conference, and I would like to thank all the participants for their valuable time and for the patience. Now we are starting with the conference. Firstly, I would like to tell you the conference schedule. The first session will be the keynote talk. The second will be the team activity and the photo session. And the third session will be the technical talk. I would like all the participants, if any, to rename your Zoom account with your full name in English. This will help us to record your presence. You may ask your questions related to the presentation in the chat section while the presentations are going on, and all the certificates, receipts, and proceedings will be sent to the participants within a week on their email ID. Moving ahead with the publication process. The publication process starts once the registration process is complete. The author needs to send their papers, consent forms, and reviewer details on the email ID, that is convener@eurasiaresearch.info. The review reports will be sent to the author once the review process is over. The final stage of publication starts after receiving the revised papers from the authors. Please note that the publication process takes around 50 days after the conference dates if all the editorial guidelines are followed within the given deadlines. So our first keynote speaker for the day is Dr. Babasaheb Manik More, Professor of Engineering Physics, Dean, Research and Development Cell, Brahmadev Dada Mane, Institute of Technology, Solapur, MS India. His topic for the day is Variation in Gravitational Pull, New Technique for Aquiferous Mapping. Dr. More has completed his MSc in Applied Electronics in 1992 and PhD in Thin Films and Solar Cells in 1997 from Shivaji University, Kolhapur, India. He has teaching experience of 29 years at diploma engineering colleges. His interest areas of research are thin films, optoelectronics, solar cells, groundwater, gravitation, and biogeophysics. In these research areas, he has published 26 research papers in national, international journals and presented 24 research papers in national and international conferences. Dr. More is research guide of Solapur University. Solapur is in subject of physics. He is associated with many journals as reviewer, associate editor, executive editor, editorial board member. He has delivered invited talks, plenary speech, keynote addresses at various international conferences. He worked as convener of International Conference at BMIT Solapur, India. He is a member of World Association of Scientific Research and Technical Innovation, life member of Indian Society of Technical Education, ISTE, and life member of Institute of Scholars. Dr. More is awarded with the Research Excellence Award 2020 by Institute of Scholar, Bengaluru, India. He has shared a small presentation regarding his topic. Let's see what he has to say.
Good morning all. Firstly, I will thank you, Dr. Flora Charles, the convener of this conference, International Conference on Science and Technology Research. I also welcome all the delegates to this conference. Today's my topic is variation in gravitational pull, a new technique for aquifers mapping. Myself, Dr. B.M. More, Professor in Physics and Dean Research and Development Cell, Brahmadev Dadamani Institute of Technology, Solapur. Today I am going to explain a variation in gravitational pull, which is a new technique for aquifers mapping. But before actually going to gravitational pull, we have to start with some basic terms, that is dowsing. Dowsing is a traditional way of searching groundwater by various methods. There are different techniques of dowsing. One, walking in the field in a straight line, walking in the field along the curve by standing one spot or occasionally moves and without entering into the field. We will see one by one. First, walking in the field in a straight line. In this dowser walks in the field along a diagonal or a middle part of area in a straight line, and while walking in the field, he remarks something and identifies prospective area. There is another method in which walking in the field along a curve. In this technique, the prospective area dowser walks along the curve and identifies the spot for drilling borewell or a digging well. There are some materials which are used for dowsing. One, metal rods, wire sticks from trees, coconuts, key wires, pendulums. We'll see some experimentation on dowsing with metal wires. For the metal wires, two L-shaped wires are taken. The primary assumption was that the changes in magnetic field causes wire rod to cross. But with great efforts are made to sure effect of magnetic or electric field. And it is found that there is no experience of electric or magnetic field at longer distance. And therefore, many dowsers actually claims that they have natural sensitivity to acid earth magnetism or radiations or the other natural phenomena, and their dowsing stick or the material identifies this energy. Actually, this has no scientific base. The dowsers themselves claim that the dowsing is visionary or it violates every principle of science. Now my question is the dowsing art or science? And the answer is art of science. The dowsing is not only art or it is not only science, but it is an art of science. How that we will see ahead. First we will see the dowsing with L-shaped metal rods. In this case, a L-shaped metal rods are taken and the dowsers holds these metal rods in two hands parallel to each other by separating nearly 1.5 feet distance. And if the dowser walks towards the stream, or stream is perpendicular to the direction of dowser, and if dowser is away from the stream, in that case these two rods will remain parallel to each other. But as dowser approaches towards the stream, as shown in figure 2nd, the rod starts turning in the direction of stream as dowser approaches the stream. And in third case, when dowser is on the stream, in that case the rod totally turns in the direction of stream. This is one of the cases when dowser is in a perpendicular direction to the direction of stream. Other case is that it may be a dowser walking along the stream itself, and in that case, if the width of the stream is larger than the distance between two rods, in that case the rod bends away from each other. They bends away from each other as shown in figure 1. If stream width is less than the distance between two rods, then in that case the rod turns inside or they crosses each other. And if another case, if dowser is walking along the end having the same distance or width of the stream as the same as the distance between two rods, in that case the rod remains parallel to the direction of stream. This is another case of dowsing. And actually the photographs while dowsing are shown. A first photograph is dowsing away from the stream, and second photograph is a dowser is on the stream. In that case all their bars, L-shaped bars are turned in the direction of stream. And the dowsing with L-shaped iron rod gives the moment of rod towards the stream. The main cause of the moment of the rod is the increased gravitational force because of underground water, and the moment of rod on the stream is due to sudden increased gravitational force which deflects the rod. Means the rotation of rod is because of only increased gravitational force due to water stream inside the rod. Then next, another way of dowsing is that coconut dowsing. In coconut dowsing, again we will consider the three cases. First case, the coconut is, all husks are removed from the coconut, and coconut is held horizontal on the hand, and if the dowser is away from the stream, in that case the horizontal coconut will remain as a horizontal. But as dowser approaches the stream, because of increased gravitational force, the coconut starts, the center of gravity side is pulled downward direction, and because of that the tip of the coconut starts upward. And in third case, if the coconut dowser is on the stream, in that case the coconut will be, or its tip will be directly vertically upwards. And the actually expansion photographs are shown. First is a dowser which is away from the stream, and the second, a dowser is on the stream with its coconut which is lifted directly, tip is lifted in upward direction. So if same thing happens in case of eggs, the shape which is not a symmetrical, perfectly symmetrical in case of coconut, also in case of eggs. So eggs also giving the same results, means first case the dowser is away from the stream, in that case the coconut will remain horizontal, and if dowser is on the stream, in that case automatically the smaller or tip of the coconut will start gets uplifted in a upward direction. And due to non-symmetrical shape of coconut, the center of gravity and body center are not in the same point, and hence horizontal position is unbalanced. When the dowser is on the stream, increased gravitational force is enough to move coconut tip upward, vertically upward, and the center of gravity and body center are in the same line, and vertical position is balanced. Therefore the vertical moment of tip of the coconut is because of increased gravitational force by the groundwater stream. So again in this case also the increased gravitational force works for this coconut dowsing. There is another technique, right, that is without any tool. Dowsers move in the field without any tool, and in that case also the dowser which is away from the stream, it has a normal weight, but if dowser is on the stream, its weight is slightly increased, and because of that he can analyze about the underground water stream. That means without any tool dowser can analyze the underground water stream there. And one traditional way, that is dowsing in the walk without any tool. Hence here the dowser senses the changes in gravitational force, which changes high weight, and he feels normal weight while walking in the field, but on the stream his weight is slightly increases, and this increasing weight of dowser is because of increased gravitational force due to groundwater. Now there is another way of dowsing, that is pendulum dowsing. And in pendulum dowsing, if pendulum bar has given circular motion, in that case if the dowser is on the stream, in that case this circular motion is converted into elliptical, and it starts oscillating along the same path. And its explanation is that the pendulum is used by the dowser to confirm the underground water stream. A special spherical shaped body is tied to a thread 1-2 feet long and used as a pendulum. The dowser gives circular motion to this pendulum, and if the pendulum is on the stream, then the circular motion is converted into oscillations, and if the pendulum is not on the stream, then circular motion stops. So the transform of circular motion to oscillation could be because of the fact that in the circular motion there will be a 2 times increase in gravitational force in one oscillation, and this increased gravitational force reduces the circular motion into elliptical motion first, and then it converts into horizontal oscillations, and these oscillations are along the stream and lasts longer. Therefore the transform of circular motion to oscillatory motion is because of maximum gravitational force acts on the pendulum due to motion of water. Now next, there are some natural indicators of groundwater, and these natural indicators are some of the trees which are observed in the lands. So this is a neem tree, which if we observe its growth is radial, its twigs are or its branches are radial from the trunk, but and we will call this as a usual growth. And this neem tree is having usual growth. The crown is nearly symmetrical in shape, and the branches grow towards the sunlight for a usual growth of the tree. But there are some unusual growths. So I am showing here 2-3 types of trees. First is tamarind, and other 3 are neem trees. But here we find that some of the twigs are bending in downward direction. So even first tamarind tree, you can see that their twigs are bending downward direction. In case of neem, they are showing that their twigs are bending in downward direction. So this we are calling it as a asymmetrical growth. The crown of some trees is asymmetric, and you may call them as an unusual growth. So we are calling this as an unusual growth, and some branches are bending in downward direction. So this unusual growth of twigs have the normal gravitational pulling downward. Usual growth have normal gravitational force pulling downward. But it is found that the diameter of unusual grown twigs is reduced than the diameter of usual grown twigs of the same tree. But the length of the unusual grown twigs is larger than the length of usual grown twigs. And the increased length and decreased diameter of unusual growth twigs is due to additional gravitational force acting on these twigs. And this additional force acting on twigs is unusual grown twigs is because of underground water stream present below these twigs, and this bending of twigs of tree is downward direction is due to underground water stream, and that increased gravitational force. So this is some natural indicates, and from these natural indicates I defined the term growth index ratio. A growth index ratio, actually growth index is a ratio of length of the twigs to diameter of that twig, and this growth index ratio term is a growth index of unusual growth to ratio of growth index of usual growth. And if this ratio is less than 1, in that case the unusual growth having the same growth index or less the growth index, which indicates that there is no extra gravitational force is acting on these twigs, and because of that there is no possibility of presence of underground stream. But if the growth index ratio is greater than 1, that means unusual growth index is larger than usual growth index. In that case, the growth index twigs is increased while its diameter decrease, means growth index of unusual growth is greater than growth index of usual growth, and the extra gravitational force acting on twigs with unusual growth, which gives the presence of underground water stream, means if this ratio is greater than 1, growth index ratio is greater than 1, then there is a possibility of underground water source. And the some of the results which are we find by this traditional way of dowsing, with considering that there is an increasing gravitational force, some of the bores were drilled and they are giving the good results. Now the conclusion is that the increased force on twigs of unusual growth is a violation of Newton's law of gravitation. The extra gravitational force is the effect of groundwater, and therefore Newton's law of gravitation could be modified, as the 70% of surface of earth is covered with water, and this will bring revolution in fundamental laws of gravity. Now second conclusion is that these studies of dowsing methods based on science and are used as an important tool for searching of underground water. The dowser should use scientific predictions, then possibility is better. Many dowsers use one technique instead of that. If they use more than one technique, then again the results will improve. In case of results fails, the technique will not fail, but the dowser fails to interpret it. And the dowsing is an important tool for searching underground water stream. Now the growth index ratio should be greater than 1. This is another one possibility for finding research. Some of the results which are reported by or they have given reference for this field. Now the gravitational force, the variation in gravitational force, while geomagnetism theory is certainly possible, how can we then explain seemingly successfully dowsers who use non-metal objects such as tree branches as their dowsing rods, and they are showing the result? That means there is not possibility of giving electrical or magnetic field. So there is a possibility, one theory is that the dowsing rods are interacting with changes in gravitational pull, and as they crosses over underground water sources. According to NASA, the gravitational pull of Earth varies from place to place, and depending upon the many factors including elevation of the land, the kinds of the earth crust at any given point, as well as the material under the surface. And so, in theory, as someone walks along the path with diving rods, regardless of material of that object, as they pass over an underground water source, the gravitational changes will act upon the object and it will pull closer to the ground surface. Now, some of the NASA's results, according to my results, which are shown in, I presented this work in 2012, and 2014 NASA given the same result for the states in India for test Chandigarh, Haryana and Rajasthan, and they are showing their water level is depleting. In this case, the water level is depleting, and which gives the less gravitational force, or gravitational force is also decreasing. And this was a NASA's result for gravity recovery and climate experiment, GRACE, published in August 2020. The changes in underground water masses affect gravity enough to provide a signal such that changes in gravity can be translated into measurement of an equivalent changes in water. That is given by NASA. And the map shows groundwater changes in India during 2002 to 2008 with losses in red color and gains in blue color based on GRACE satellite observation. The groundwater sources and the estimated rate of depletion of groundwater in northern East India is 4 centimeter of water per year, and equivalent to water table decline of 33 centimeter per year in southern area. This increases in groundwater in southern India are due to recent above average rainfall, whereas rain in northern western area India was close to normal during the study. So this also NASA's result also showing that there is a change in gravitational force depending upon the groundwater position. There are some new techniques now currently used. There is one technique, PQWT S500 automatic mapping water detector. It is based on the field source of Earth's electromagnetic field and differences in conductivity with different underground geological structures. To study the variation of law of electric field components at different frequencies to study the geological structure and changes. And these changes in geological structure are displayed in real time through multiple curves. A automatic mapping geological profile by one key operate easily and gets rid of complicated computer graphics. Geological structure and specific information such as aquifers, fractures, faults, and caves can be easily analyzed through this automatic mapping curve and profile on site. The device can be widely used in different territories such as plains, hills, mountains, plateaus, and basins for rapid analysis of geological structure changes and determines the well location, aquifers, and aquifer depths. But while observing this PQWT automatic water mapping detectors, there are some series 100, 150, 300, 500 meter depth series for this, And first there we have to observe the curves for V shape, L shape, W shape or A falling curves or lower potential difference data and makes the position number, and the horizontal line of the curve is measurement point and the vertical line of curve is underground material potential difference data could be a resistive value, and this will be shown in the graph. So we will observe the profile map, and this profile map will show the horizontal lines of profile map is measuring points and the vertical line of profile map is measuring depth. Blue indicates the low resistivity, yellow indicates the medium resistivity, and red lines indicates the hard resistivity. So this is shown in the next profile picture, where the blue lines indicates the low resistivity material, yellow line indicates the medium resistivity material, and red line indicates the hard resistivity material. And from this we can analyze the point 4 and 8 better for the drilling of borewells by this PQWT technique. Or their graphs are shown, even another modified graphs are shown below the curve, finding V notches, which is a lot of falling and the low value potential. So these 4 and 8 number points are easily they will give the good results for the underground water. Now there is another technique which is used ADMT, and this ADMT also a mobile operated portable mapping is strength to respond to the changes in resistivity and to analyze and judge and other related informations can be detailed survey and exploration of groundwater, solid drinking water or industrial water or agricultural irrigation demands to great efforts to the successful drilling of wells for water under the general customers considered high praise. Another technique, but this technique directly get 3 or 2 mappings, and for that you have to again the blue color or yellow color or red color to analyze the points, and from that you can detect the underground water source. But there are many current challenges for this groundwater detection. First challenge is of ADMT and PQWT techniques. They are having very high prices to determine the exact depth of underground water stream, to find the amount of getting water from the source, for how many days this stream will exist. These are the challenges in the current research. There are some of the reference which are shown by this technique. So thank you. Again, I will thank to organizer of this conference and convener of this conference. Also, I thanks to all the delegates for listening me. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Baba Sahib, for your informative presentation.
Thank you.
Sir, you're most welcome. So would you like to add anything else to your video presentation?
No, madam. If anyone have query, I will answer that.
Okay. So does anybody has any questions regarding the presentation of Sir Dr. Baba Sahib?
Or they may ask directly to me. I have given email, or they can write in a chat box also. I will answer them.
Okay, sir. So I guess Ma'am Bhanupriya is having some questions regarding the presentation. Ma'am, you may ask him right now if you wish to.
Yeah, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Sir, you were telling about dowiness. What will be the tool you measure, sir? How do you?
We have to measure a variation in gravitational pull. It can be measured by various methods, by simple pendulum, even by weighing measurement that we can use as a variation in gravitational pull.
Okay, and you were telling about Newton's gravitational laws, and it's
yeah, there is Newton's law of gravitation. It is the older one, and according to my theory, if there is a groundwater, then gravitational force is changing. That means there should be some modification, or Newton's law of gravitation becomes one of the case.
Okay.
Because on Earth, 70% of water is covered and we are not considering that factor. So there should be some modification in Newton's law of gravitation.
Okay, so like it is getting attracted towards water. That's what you're telling, sir. Like
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, madam.
Does anybody else has a question for Sir Baba Sahib? Okay, moving forward. Before moving forward, I would like to ask all the participants to rename their account in English so that we may mark their presence and switch on their cameras as well. I would request all the participants to rename their account in English and switch on their cameras as well. Moving forward with our conference.
Yes.
Our next keynote speaker for the day is Dr. Riti Devnath, PG, DHHM, MPhil, PhD, School of Health Sciences, NSM Knowledge Campus, affiliated to Maulana Abdul Kalam Azad University of Technology, West Bengal, India. Her topic for the day is Mental Health in Pandemics, Implications of COVID-19 in an Indian Perspective. Dr. Riti Devnath is Program Coordinator at School of Health Sciences, NSHM Knowledge Campus, affiliated to Maulana Abdul Kalam Azad University of Technology, India. Dr. Riti has graduated from University of Calcutta with an honors in chemistry. She has obtained postgraduate diploma in healthcare and hospital administration from Indian Institute of Social Welfare and Business Administration, India. Later, she completed her master in philosophy and doctoral degree specialization in healthcare quality. As an avid researcher, she has published numerous articles in reputed national and international journals and edited books. She has been invited as a guest speaker in live webinars, television career shows, and presented papers at various national and international conferences held in India and abroad. She has been invited by reputed institutes like TISS Mumbai, Indian Public Health Association, Army Institute of Management, Mizoram University, etc., for taking special lectures in their various postgraduate programs. Dr. Riti Devnath is the Foreign Research Advisor for guiding PhD students at Kazakhstan Medical University and University Exam Setter at Maulana Abdul Kalam Azad University of Technology, India. Her research interests include disease epidemiology and public health, maternal and child health, and quality healthcare. She is an active member of different organizations like Indian Science Congress Association, Indian Public Health Association, and International Association for Promotion of Healthcare and Life Science Research. So she'll be presenting live. So I would hand over to Ma'am Dr. Riti to present live in the conference.
Thank you, Kritika, and welcoming all the delegates from across the globe for today's conference. I would like to thank all the association members and Eurasia, especially because as I was hearing that, yes, with limited number of participants, that has never restricted you from not arranging the conferences, and you have organized the live conferences as well as the online conferences. Well, I myself was a part of your Eurasia conference, which was in Rome, University of Washington. I had been there in 2018, luckily before the COVID. So I had presented a paper in one of your conferences. We had around 25 to 30 participants. There were more of registrations. And believe me, it was a wonderful experience there. We were like a group of a family member, 2 days of brainstorming, team activities. And it was really a good session, which I had with Eurasia. And also, I had a good tour for Europe also, along with the conference. Like, it was more of learning as well as sharing and getting to know Europe better. So this is how I got linked with Eurasia. And I hope this association will remain and will be participating in many more events in the future. And this way of collaboration with all learned people across the globe will keep on continuing in the future too. And keeping in view that the COVID pandemic has been hitting the world hard, and we had been undergoing a tough experience all across the globe, I thought of let me talk about something which is of very much relevance in today's scenario. And being a person from public health background and healthcare, so what could be better than talking about mental health? Because I myself as an academician, I'm seeing my students locked down. My children, I have 2 kids, and I can see them locked down at home and unable to go to school, unable to carry out with their physical activities outside the house. So that motivated me to talk about today's topic, and this is why I have put it as mental health. And COVID, obviously, I'll be talking about more of India, but I'll try to put across some features from across the world too. And this is how my presentation would go. So I welcome you all. I'll like to have the questions at the end of the session. So I'll start with the screen sharing, Kritika.
Yes, ma'am, you may proceed.
Is my screen visible?
Yes, ma'am, it's visible to us.
So this is my topic for today, mental health and pandemics, implication of COVID-19 in an Indian perspective. So before we go into the depth of the topic, let me give the outline of today's keynote lecture. First, I'll be talking about what exactly we understand by mental health. People have different meanings of mental health. So what is our understanding of mental health? I'll be talking a bit of COVID-19 scenario worldwide India, because until we understand what is happening all over the globe and why it has impacted, so we won't understand why we are under this mental pressure. So I'll give a brief about COVID-19 worldwide and India statistics, and then how COVID has impacted our lives, and why it is important that we maintain a sound mental health while fighting the pandemics. And WHO will know that World Health Organization, they are organizing various camps all over the countries, trying to put things to normal. So I'll recommend the WHO guidelines too. And then what are the challenges we are facing while trying to put things to normal? So what exactly we understand by mental health? So it refers to the cognitive, behavioral, emotional well-being of a person. What we feel, how we behave with the others, what we think. So everything as a holistic approach comes under mental health. So our behavior, our feelings, our thinking, everything we consider as a sound mental health. Now, public health emergencies, yes, they affect the health, safety, and well-being of not only the individuals, but also the community, because we are human beings, we live in a society. So our behavior, the way we behave in the family, the way we behave with our peer groups, the way we behave with our community members, that is going to affect the society, the community as well, because we socialize with others. As human beings, we cannot stay aloof. So our mental health, the individual mental health, can affect the community as well. What it causes: insecurity, confusion, emotional isolation, stigma, discrimination. And why these problems are cropping up? Because of the things which are happening around us in this COVID scenario. And what are the things happening? There has been job loss, the work and the school have closed. We are confined to our houses. We are unable to move out and carry out normal routine work. There has been tension in the first few days, first few years, like months, that we are unable to get the expected medical necessities. In India, we had faced accuracy, like shortage of oxygen cylinders. We had shortage of medical supplies, equipments, medicines, vaccines. So all those things has compounded to our insecurity and confusion. How to recognize that yes, we are suffering from some mental health related problems. As social animals, we would like to socialize, but then if we withdraw ourselves, if we do not interact, if we cannot perform our usual activities, that is one of the foremost symptoms of us to recognize we are maybe under a mental stress in the initial period. A feeling of helplessness, hopelessness, that I'm unable to do what I want to achieve. Taking or going for unusual activity like more of smoking, using drugs, drinking, feeling confused, forgetting what are the important things in life, getting worried unnecessarily, mood swings, a feeling that I don't want to live, I want to harm myself, an inability to perform the daily tasks. I become forgetful. I'm not able to concentrate on my work. These may be some of the early symptoms, the signs that maybe a person can be under a mental pressure. Now I come to the COVID statistics worldwide and I talk about India, why this was called as a pandemic and why this pandemic has affected the whole globe. The figures of cases was very alarming. The infectivity rate was very high, and this compounded the anxiety in the people. You can see the figures. I have just updated the figures on 18th March 2022. It's the most newest figures which I have given from WHO. So you can see how many confirmed cases and what was the death cases. So 464 million people affected across the globe. And which are the areas most affected? Europe, Americas, and India also. In Southeast Asia region, if we take 75% of the cases were in India. This led to the huge burden of mental health problems, because we know that we don't have the huge population which India has. We don't have that much of healthcare infrastructure which can handle a sudden emergency like COVID. If I talk about India, which were the states the most affected? Maharashtra, Kerala, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh. 57% of the cases in India were accounted in this state. Some states, yes, they have very well been able to cope up and handle COVID, but then there are many states, particularly the EEG states, economically backward states, which couldn't handle the COVID situation as per the demand of the population. The rising death rates, the infectivity, all this led to the mental problems, not only in the global scenario, but also in India. How it impacted our lives. This is what we want to understand. It has changed everything. We all agree to this point that COVID has impacted everything. It has totally changed our normal lives and livelihood. How we live, how we interact. We cannot hug our dear friends when we meet them in college or in school. We cannot express how happy we are to after seeing them after 2 years of lockdown. So it impacted us, our working, our communication, moving around. We have stopped going for vacations. We were confined at home. So it's impacted everything. What had been the COVID outcome? Deaths, premature deaths. We saw losing of family members. People have lost teenagers. People have lost people in the age group 30 to 60. Elderly people, we expect that yes, fine, they are suffering from some comorbid position. They have 75, 80 range people. Fine, we can accept that loss, but we cannot accept the loss of a family member who is 35 or who was the bread earner of the family. So these all things have impacted our lives. The closures, the lockdown, the jobs which have people have lost the jobs, rise in unemployment. Everything has impacted our work as well as our life. So what we need to do in this COVID times, how we need to handle ourselves. So this is the research and reports, the recent reports about mental health conditions. The World Health, mental disorders are among the leading causes of non-fatal disease globally. It's already a proved burden. The World Health mental health to be 2443 disability adjusted life years, Delhi, per 1,000 population. Indian Psychiatric Society has seen a 20% rise in pandemic. Some other researchers who have done their work have found out, yes, that people are distressed. They have shown that, yes, the COVID has increased the distress level and the mental health conditions. And UNICEF reports that 1 in 7 child, because of his confinement of home, is exposed to some type of mental health issue, maybe minor or maybe a bit severe, but yes. So these figures are alarming, and as academicians, as public health professionals, I thought it would be a good platform to share how, as a colleague, how as a worker, how as a parent, what should we do to tackle the mental health problems. So again, it's repetition of the other slide, how we show our mental health behaviors, emotional changes, substance use. COVID wanted that, yes, you should get yourself tested, but people didn't want to go out of home and get themselves tested in India. They wanted to remain at home so that nobody knows if that. Why? Because if people come to know that my neighbor is having COVID, they will be totally alienated. Nobody will go and visit them. Nobody will go. That is the another stigma, discrimination that was attached with COVID. And this was, again, anxiety was bad effects of media as well. So when a person gets COVID, the discrimination, the stigma, the guilt which he faces, that also has resulted in the mental health conditions of the people. Though our healthcare system, the public health system in India, the government, they formed this Arogya Setu app. Those from India, we know that. We have been using this app since last 2 years, and this app has been helpful in locating the people suffering from COVID once they get themselves tested, and then the necessary medical help has been reaching them. But then there was many challenges also while applying this app, because all people do not have the that awareness regarding operating the app. Though it was translated into the different languages, local languages, but still, particularly the elderly people who don't have their youngsters at home, they were unable to operate this app properly. So this was one of the challenges. But then the government also had sensitized the workplace, the healthcare workers, and the lockdown. These things to control the COVID in India to some extent. The challenges, I was just talking about the challenges. I spoke about fashion, because today's topic is mental health. So this one challenge is the foremost challenge while dealing with mental health. The stigma and discrimination which the people have faced during the COVID, that has been one of the major challenges for handling the mental health. This was compounded by government inefficiency because of huge population, poverty, difficulty in getting information, people not coming out and giving the exact views, people themselves taking the prescriptions, like getting the prescriptions from their friends and keeping them confined at home, but getting them treated themselves. There were a huge number of cases where people got the prescriptions from their friends because one friend consulted a doctor, they had a prescription, those prescriptions were circulated openly in the WhatsApp, and people kept on taking those medicines and getting, but so that the information didn't reach the people, like authorities. So this was another challenge, whether information is correctly reaching or not. And what else? Inadequate access. I was telling the elderly, they do not have so much knowledge about technology. They do not have so much knowledge about digital platforms, particularly in rural areas. So it was hard reaching those people and getting them access to the treatment procedures. Now, how does stigma and discrimination affect the mental health of the patient? This was because this COVID was a new disease. We didn't have much information about COVID. So we relied more on the internet, we relied more on the news. And this unknown thing, it creates more of anxiety, confusion among the people. And then because of anxiety, people were not coming out of treatment, they were not getting themselves tested. So that worsened the health in the population. How stigma affects? People will hide their problems. They will not come out and they will not speak about their problems. And mental health condition, you need to speak. It's not a physical problem. It's not a physical, it's a mental problem. It's a mental issue where you need to talk to the person whom you can confide, you can confess. You need to have a person who is very close to you, with whom you can share. So when it is stigma attached to a certain disease, people won't feel comfortable talking about it, which is very important in case of mental health. And this was coming out as a major challenge. WHO recommends certain guidelines, which we keep on talking, which we try to make aware with our students, with our superiors, with our peer groups, that here we need to keep ourselves informed. We need to minimize our screen time, maintain a healthy routine. Though physical contact is not possible, but then maintaining social contact. Here you are organizing a conference, we are talking, we are meeting, so that this is how we have to go forward. COVID shouldn't put us to a stop. We have to learn adapting to COVID. We have to learn working in the COVID, and we have to interact. Our interaction shouldn't stop because of COVID. This is one thing which I would like to stress upon. We have to explore the other platforms. This COVID hasn't stopped me from interacting with my students. Our college immediately shifted to the digitalized platform. We had a collaboration with TCS. We have incorporated a platform. We are talking with the students. The classes are going on. Everything is on. So first few months, yes, we were topsy-turvy, but now we have normalized. So we have to come back to the normal life. Reduce our alcohol, drug abuse, those intakes, and engage our children. So my keynote for this conference would be how as a parent, how as a peer, how as elderly, we should deal with this COVID situation, not only for us, but for the community as well. So if you are a parent, and we know that now we have been giving more time at home, so this is one time where we should put the negative into the positive. We should turn the crisis into an opportunity. The crisis has confined us at home. But see the positive aspect. Previously, we used to have maids working for children, but now we are able to give time to our children. We are also doing the work. So we have turned the crisis in the opportunity by giving more time to our children who actually wanted to be lacking for our time. As a working mother, I always felt that I'm not able to give that much of time to my two kids. But these 2 years, believe me, they will remember for the lifetime that the time mama has given to them at home. So my work is also on. It has not hampered my work. My kids are also very happy because I have given them the maximum time. Because I have kept busy with them with various activities like drawing, in-house games, putting them into indoor games, talking with them, putting them into habit of calling their grandparents, talking to them every day, because we cannot go and visit them every day. So talking to them, which they were not doing previously. Maybe once a month we used to go and visit them, but we cannot visit them, or I go and visit, but they cannot. So I have made it a point, you call up grandpa, grandmother at this time, talk to them, so they also feel good about it. So we can turn the crisis into an opportunity by some change in our schedules. And as parents, we have those opportunities in our hand. As an older adult, learning, putting yourself into meditation, yoga, cycling, keeping ourselves busy with activities, going for community health, because myself as a public health professional, I'm always into the community. It required, there's a call, I will go there and help out whoever needs in the community. So this is how we need to engage ourselves. But yes, with all the proper restrictions, all the rules and procedures duly maintained, we have to do that. We cannot break the norms. So following those, we have to do. And if we are already having a mental condition, health condition, what should be there? We shouldn't skip our medicines. We should look for help, and we should have that person for us with whom we can keep on talking, with whom we can share. For a mental health patient, it is very important that that patient needs the help of that person on whom he depends. So that support has to be there, and the medications has to continue so that he doesn't feel isolated or disengaged from the community. And we have to understand that COVID is there, COVID will be there, but our life shouldn't stop because of COVID. We have to maintain, and we have to put into our schedules like mask, hand sanitizer, social distancing. But with proper stress management, counseling, in India particularly, we are very much into yoga and meditation. Many of us, it's taken the Ayush form of medicine has taken a huge scenario in this COVID era. And putting those things into practice, I think we will be able to manage COVID in a much better way. So do not panic, be alert, keep safe, and we will defeat COVID. And COVID will hurt, but we will be also having a good normal life ahead, following the rules and procedures. So that is all from my side. I hope I've been able to reach the audience the way I wanted to present. Any questions you can ask?
Thank you so much, ma'am, BP, for such a wonderful presentation. I would like to ask if any of the participants has any questions or would like to share anything regarding the topic is appreciated.
Could I? Yes, could I? My name is Agnieszka Iwan-Domilewska. I'm from Poland. It was a really great lectures. Thank you for your presentation. I have one question. How could we recognize how many people which was ill have experienced stigma and discrimination? It's difficult to keep statistics in India.
A very relevant question, but as I was telling you, people don't want to disclose. So when people don't want to disclose and give information, statistics aren't real. It's not real statistics. It's very difficult to get hold of the statistics, because stigma and discrimination is such a thing when people don't want to. I told you an example that I've seen people sharing the prescriptions in the group and they're not going to the doctor. They are getting themselves treated. Why? Because if they go to the doctor and comes in the obvious COVID positive, so immediately he gets. So that is a stoppage of giving the information. So correct statistics is not possible, not at all.
I agree with you. So I'm a psychologist, and I think that it's challenges.
It's a major challenge. We have to.
Yes.
So there, as a public health professional, I also feel that's a challenge where we cannot get hold of the real statistics. We need to work upon the other ways of preventing the people from getting into the mental health. So that's the reason why I told about the preventive measures, the promotive measures, actually, so that we can put a stop to this mental pressure in the people.
Yes, thank you.
Does anybody else has a question for Ma'am Reeti? Would anybody like to ask any question? Okay. So moving forward, before moving forward, as I can see, Sir Xiao Shu Xia and Sir Noah Klein has joined us. I would like to welcome them. Welcome to the Eurasia Research Conference. Sir Noah Klein, am I audible to you? Sir Xiao Shu Xia, am I audible to you? Okay, so moving forward with our presentations. Our next keynote for the day is Dr. Yoshiko Yamaguchi, Home Care Nursing, Faculty of Nursing, Kasui Women's University, Japan. Her topic for the day is nurse retention, e.g. nurse turnover, nurses' intention to leave, nurses' stress, work stress, family-related stress, stress outcome, employees' work-family interference, work-family conflict, work-family enrichment. Dr. Yoshiko Yamaguchi has received her PhD in Kyushu University during the period of 2013-2016. Currently, she is working as a research associate in Home Care Nursing, Faculty of Nursing, Kasui Women's University, Japan. She has successfully completed her responsibilities as a reviewer of 81 research articles of 24 journals from 2016 till present. And she has been serving as an editorial board member of two journals, Life, International Journal of Health and Life Sciences, and Journal of Practical and Professional Nursing, and has been delegated Vice President of Healthcare and Biological Sciences Research Association. For her topic, she has shared a small video presentation with us. Let's see what she has to say in the video.
Everyone, this is Yoshiko Yamaguchi from Kasui Women's University, Japan. I am so pleased to have an opportunity to present a part of our research in this international conference in webinar. So I work at Faculty of Nursing, Kasui Women's University in Japan. I have been teaching and researching about nursing, especially nurse retention, relating stress with their work and family. So today I will talk about a part of my research, nurses' work and family-related stress level, comparing with among nurses. In this study, we focus on difference of nurses' workplace, hospital, internal, and district. Nurses are predominant health work in the world and dedicated to the lifelong of maintaining or promoting people's health. So nurses are important occupation to keep people's health status. Therefore, nurses are also required to make health themselves for finding good performance. However, research is reported that nurses' poor mental health status. So then we are wanting to explore how their health status, especially mental health status, improve. Nurses are characterized by the fact that women workforce. Still now, women are often delegated major family tasks for men. So we suppose that many of nurses might feel stress with relating their work and family life. And this stress may affect their mental status, and this would prompt their intention to leave work nursing. Both work and family life are our foundation and necessary things. Most of the time, other than sleeping time, we spend in work or with family. For us, work and family life affect each other. For example, when we fail something in work, then feel depressed. After go home, we feeling not good, then wouldn't want to do family obligation, for example, cook or cleaning. So however contrary, if we success delegated project, we are very happy, then we can enjoy to do family task after go home. Also, opposite direction exists when we spend happy time having good relation with partner or children, so having good event which their children awarded in a class for something. So we feel happy, then we can go to work, then we will be able to performance in work more than we are normal feeling time. Regarding work and family life interaction, negative direction representative concept is work-family conflict. Work-family conflict is perception of difficulty arises from competing responsibilities to work and family. Individuals who are active in both work and family domains experience conflict about the distribution of time and energy for performing each task, which is defined as work-family conflict. Therefore, this perception has negative effect to employees' psychological consequence variables turnover intention as well, and mental health impede. On the other hand, positive direction representative concept is work-family enrichment. Work-family enrichment, which occurs when an individual takes the resource created in one domain and transfer them to the other domain, creating a better environment in both domains. It seems like integrating both work and family life. Therefore, this perception has positive effect on employees' psychological consequence variables, well-being, good mental health status, and over intention. In past study, negative side of work-family interface, concept of work-family conflict, its antecedent or consequence was focused. However, recently, this positive perception work-family enrichment have been focused by researchers. Both work-family conflict and enrichment are predicted by work-family related variables. Conflict is predicted by negative work-family stress. High job demand relate high work-family conflict. Also, high family law stress associate high work-family conflict. Contrary work-family conflict, work-family enrichment is positive perception of work-family relation. So this is predicted by positive work-family related variables. High work engagement predict one's high work-family enrichment, and also high family support associate to high work-family enrichment. Then these two work-family perception of positive family conflict have negative impact. So if someone's work-family conflict high, then if it continue, he or her mental health status impede, finally decide leaving work. On the other hand, positive perception, work-family enrichment have positive influence. If someone feels work-family enrichment, if it continue, he or her job or family satisfaction high, then they feel happy in both domains. These two work-family related perceptions are predicted by work environment. So we suppose even if same occupation, for example nurse, in this study, their level of work-family conflict and enrichment would be varied depends on their workplace environment. Nowadays, nurses who are keeping and maintaining one's health work variety place. Nevertheless, still now, representative nurses workplace is hospital. In Japan, around 65% nurses work at hospital. As you know, hospital nurses care for the patient who stay in hospital. It is internal nursing. District nurse, they work outside outside of a hospital. District nurse visit the resident who need care in their own home or care residence, then care for them. It is external nursing. Recently, average patient hospitalization duration is decreasing in Japan due to the government policy. Therefore, need for care patient in their living environment is increasing. By this situation, the number of district nurses have been increasing now. In previous study, it was reported that district nurses showed high job control because most of the time they visit their patient in their home by alone. They are allowed decision-making authority by their work environment. Thus, we suppose that even if same occupation, the level of work and family-related stress level would be varied in between hospital and district nurse. Along the mentioning background, we generated the following study purpose. The purpose of this study is to explore nurses' work and family-related stress level with comparing between hospital nurses and district nurses. Data were collected in the Kyushu in Japan. Regarding nurses' data, we randomly selected hospital and home healthcare institutions in Kyushu, then asked them to give the permission conducting the study. Finally, 4 hospitals and 34 home healthcare institutions have agreed to attend our study. We analyzed total 488 valid questionnaires. We measured the 3 groups study variables, which were the negative direction, positive direction, and stress outcome. Regarding work and family stress variables, negative aspect, we measured target, work-family conflict, work or family load overload with using varied scale. Measuring target work-family conflict by using Japanese version of the multi-dimensional work-family conflict scale. The original work-family conflict scale is in English. Dr. Watai has translated then validated this English scale to Japanese version. Target both work or family load overload were measured by using abbreviated work and family overload measures, which are created by you. This scale originally in English, so we translated this scale to Japanese after we gained permission from Dr. Mashu. Next is positive direction. We measure target, work-family enrichment, work engagement, and work-family culture. Measuring target work-family enrichment by using shortened work-family enrichment scale, which is created by Dr. We translated this scale to Japanese after we gained permission from Dr. Kakuma. Target work engagement was measured by applying Japanese version of Utrecht work engagement scale short version, which created by Dr. Shimazu. Regarding measures the level of the participant organization understood his or her family load. We created one item. Your organization understand your family load. Response used a 4-point scale. 1 is there is no understanding, 4 is there is understanding. As outcome variables, we selected to measure and target intention to leave work and overall subjective health. We applied independent test for their positive or negative work-family related stress variables and its outcome. Next is result. The average age was 36.2 years for hospital nurses and 48.2 years for district nurses, respectively. In negative aspect, hospital nurses showed significantly higher level of work interference with family. This is a part of work-family conflict and workload overload. all positive stress direction variables than hospital nurses. Next is outcome variables. Hospital nurses indicated significantly higher score of intention to leave work than district nurses. There are no significant difference exist for overall subjective health score. Implication for practice. Ahead of it, this study have limitation of sample size inequality. Hospital nurses sample was much bigger than district nurses. This due to institution size because each home healthcare institution have only around 3 to 10 nurses. Compared collecting data from hospital nurses, gathering data from home healthcare nurses are much more difficult. However, this study result indicated that hospital nurses' stress status might be worse than district nurse. Therefore, it is implied that hospital nurses' work environment would be severe. This study result also give insight for strategy improving hospital nurses' work environment. If hospital nurses are able to work as like district nurse, for example, work more independently in the hospital, have more decision-making authority, this would make hospital nurses' stress status be better. Thank you for your kind attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Yoshiko ma'am, for such a wonderful presentation. Ma'am, would you like to add anything else to your presentation? Yoshiko ma'am, would you like to add anything else to your presentation?
Thank you very much. And thank you for this. I think, and I think that work environment is very important for an even same occupation, and stress level is not here. And I can this result from our survey. So I think it would be contribute to the nursing administration. I think. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Does anybody have any questions regarding the presentation? You may ask ma'am directly, or you may leave it in the chat section. We'll revert you back with the answers. Is there anyone who has a question for ma'am?
Yes, could I?
Yeah, sure, ma'am. Sure.
Because it's my topic, so it's my interest. to
thank you very much.
The first
thank you very much.
Thank you, because it was wonderful presentation and extensive experience for learning for me.
Thank you.
I've just heard that hospital nurses feel more negative stress.
Yes.
So I would like to ask you, how could we prevent? How could we prevent? How could we care about the nurses because of this negative stress?
And how to improve, you mean?
Yes, how could we care about these nurses because of this negative stress?
Yes, and I'm very thank you for your asking. So, and I'm also very I'm worried about hospital nurses and mental health. So because everything every negative stress they feel very much so. And compare with the district nurse and previous study, I compare hospital nurses and other than nurses worker. So in this study also other than hospital nurses scored a negative stress so much. So I think that, in my study, so in the previous study I read, so I preferred so job demand is very high in a hospital, too much pressure for the nurse and amount of the work and quality of work both and the time pressure both. So and then one reason is a hospitalization. It's decreasing now by the government policy and financial problem. I think it's just my opinion. So and how to say using AI or technology is important in the future in the hospital more. And for example, writing and recording and something and document work, it could be an AI and a new technology could be how to say the hospital nurse, if can hospital nurse use a new technology AI, maybe their job pressure and job demand would be decreased, I think. New technology,
Yes.
I think.
Yes. Yes, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So, and I couldn't explain I couldn't explain so much. So thank you for asking. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Using AI, I think, is important. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your question as well as for the reply. Moving forward with our conference. Our next keynote speaker for the day is Associate Professor Shahriar Hussain, School of Business, Economics and Law, University of Gothenburg, Sweden. His topic for the day is Science and Technology Performance. Dr. Shahriar is a University of Gothenburg Associate Professor. In Industrial Engineering, he obtained his MSc and doctorate. He is a Lean Six Sigma Belt graduate technologist and a in engineering management. The majority of his work in research and consultation engineering and management business industries in 2019. He has published numerous papers in renowned publications and conferences throughout his career. He has been active in overseeing many research efforts. He has shared a small video presentation with us regarding his topic. Let's see what he has to say.
There in the background, the whole wall, and what I see is some money, some gold, some golden coins like that. And then there are a few keywords here: me, work, business. For the word, yes, I can see something in the background. For business, maybe those coins can be a symbol for business. For me, and there is a robot. Am I a robot? Is this robot equals to me? What is that? Let's go for that. Science and technology performance. So we are going to talk about performance of science and technology. Okay. Maybe, well, seeing the first slide, you would say that I'm not a robot. That robot is not me in the first slide. I'm living with my family in the nature. I'm enjoying my life. I'm not a robot. I don't want to be a robot. There is no relationship between me and robots. Uh, I'm just living my life with my family. I would answer that, yes, correct. You are absolutely correct. But still, there is something that we need to be aware of. What is that? That we are not fully robots. We are not robot, we are human being, but we are engaged to technology. We are very deep dived to the technology. We are working with robots. Without robots, we cannot do anything. Without robots, we are no one. Just imagine a day without your mobile phone. Just imagine a day without, internet, without your machines, without artificial intelligence that are helping those machines that you're dependent to. Just imagine a day, a business without technology. Is it possible? A business without internet, is it possible? A business without artificial intelligence, is it possible? Can you imagine your life without cell phones? This is one of the big mega trends in technology. Mobile phones that are getting all over our life, nights, days. We are always with our phone, mobiles. Yeah, nowadays even they say that this is the era of post PC. Previously PC was very famous, but now these mobiles, even the trend is everybody 2 3. Yeah, it is possible that number of mobiles are going to be more than number of people. Post PC era, mega trend of mobile in technology. Another mega trend, I'm sure that you've heard about Internet of Things, cloud technology. Now everybody is talking about, sensors, digital supply chain, digital twins, Internet of Things, smart manufacturing. Yeah, these are hot topics these days. So yeah, this is another mega trend. Internet of Things, cloud technology, cloud computing, artificial intelligence. Another trend that involves our industries, involve our life. So to me, robot is all of these technologies. So my definition is saying that if you cannot stay, as productive as you are without your cell phone, without your digital gadgets, without the artificial intelligence that is supporting you, you are very dependent on the technology. You are very dependent to those robots. Somehow, are we robots? Let's talk about another mega trend: social media, social networks. Even businesses are changing. Previously, there was a shop. You go to the shop. Now everything is online. Previously, there was you need to see somebody if you want to give him or her a message, a face-to-face conversation. Now it is all digitally. Another mega trend is affecting our life. Life without social networking is meaningless now. And you know what is behind this social networking? Lots of technological supports, artificial intelligence, digital marketing, lots of other things which are affecting our life. Okay, let's move on. I cannot judge. I don't want you to judge. Please, let's just go on with what's trend, but aware of what is happening in the environment that you're living in. Heard about Industrial 4.0, Industrial Revolution number 4, which tries to make things smarter. smart logistics, smart transportation, driverless cars, drones, satellites, smart satellites, smart education, smart health industry, those wearable gadgets that can track your life or track the health or can be connected to cloud. Yeah. If I am very dependent on robots, if my friend is very dependent on the robots, if you are dependent on this technology, so it means that not only me, but we are very dependent on these technologies now. So if we are very dependent on this technology, it means that our life, the whole city that we are living in, the whole country that we are living in, are dependent on the technology. So without these gadgets, without this, I'm calling them as a robot, but I don't mean robot, really. Technically speaking, it is not robot. I use robot as a symbol of technology. Cities, me, you, we, all of us are very dependent on robots. Maybe some cities are very close to be called a robot. There are lots of sensors, there are lots of technology, uh, artificial intelligence controlling different parts of the city. So they're very close to be called smart cities, but they can make decisions sometimes. Yeah. So if this city is, if that city is, if my city is, if yours is, the whole globe is, am I right? We are living in today's globe. Yeah, technology has already covered all our life, our our environment. The whole globe is already dependent on the technology. Okay, that seems that technology, the performance of technology is trending considerable from performance point of view. But let's see here. Business, our daily life without technology, is it possible? Let's talk about what is my job actually. I'm a researcher. From my point of view, without those databases, without those computers, artificial intelligent machines, I cannot earn money. Your job. Now, just think about it a few minutes. Yeah, let's say my friend is working in a restaurant. He is a chef. Let's talk about his business. Without technology, how he can earn money. Oh, so there need to be a timer for the, I don't know, oven, let's call oven, washing, freeze, fridge. Okay, without that, not that much. So still technology is affecting his life, his business, his industry, my industry, the whole industries, your industry also. Just think, you will find lots of examples for that. So technology is performing well. By well, I'm just referring to trend of technology engaging in our life. But yeah, we are surrounded by technology. We are surrounded not only technology, but currently, you know that coronavirus. We are surrounded by coronavirus. Science. What saved our life against coronavirus? Yeah, good news is that we have scientists. We have medicine. We have a vaccine now for this coronavirus disease. So yeah, our life is very dependent on scientists. It means that, yeah, science also is performing considerably. not only from medical area, health area, but also from chemistry, from physics, from mathematics, all together. Technology is because of those mathematics and physics and chemistry and other pure sciences. So yes, we need to have science perform good, then only we can have technology performing good. If technology is good now, it means that science is pushing it well. So yeah, science and technology are performing. But this digitalization, this technology, this improvement of science, this development of technologies, is it safe for humanities? I cannot comment. I prefer just to leave the question for you to think, but what I'm saying that we need to be aware of where we're going to. We don't want to be robots. We prefer to stay human. At least a few of us, some of us. But we are very dependent on technology. What if, just imagine a day without internet? Is there any possibility that we, face a day without internet crisis? If let's say 5 years ago, I asked you, is there any possibility for us to be in a worldwide pandemic, 2 million dead? I don't know how many, 200 million infected people. Lots of people are infected. Then most probably you would say that, no, I cannot see that, but it happens. Starting, from end of 2019, we are in the pandemic. So it happens. Now I'm asking you, do you see a day that we face with no internet in front of us? There is a possibility is not zero. So if that happens, can we survive? This is the question. If that happens, can we survive? If technology goes away, can we survive? We are too much dependent on technology. Performance of technology is good, but performance of us, is it as good as technology? Can we live without technology, without those advancements? We need to think about that. We need to design our future. We need to design our cities, today's cities and future cities. We need to design the society. Society means families. Society means me, you, our friends. So we need to re-architect the future. We need to double think of where we're going and how fast we're going. Are we ready for that change? Are we ready for that shift? Or is that shift suitable for us or not? From the other side, we see that technology is performing. It's growing very fast, very, very, very terribly fast. Lots of scientifics are, happening, scientific activities, events, science outcome are happening. This is very good. It means that they are performing very well. We need to see the other side also. But with this, I'm sure that future will be very beautiful. We are living in beautiful cities, even future cities, probably a lot more beautiful than what they are now. And I'm sure that our future life will be a lot more beautiful than now. At least I hope to. Thank you for listening. I hope that this a few minutes discussion helps us to just review where we're going and then how technology is performing, how science is performing. Is it up to our standards? Is it more than our standards? Is it less than our standards? How about us? Thank you. Have a great conference ahead.
Thank you, Professor Shariat, for your wonderful presentation. Professor Shariat is not here with us due to some prior engagements, but if anybody has any questions regarding his presentation, we'll leave it in the chat section and we'll revert you back with his answers. Moving forward, with our conference. Our next keynote for the day is Ma'am Diana Novierini, Ministry of Research and Technology, Ministry of Education and Cultural, Indonesia. Her topic for the day is the empowerment of New Banten Island made of a mounting lava from the underwater mountain. Diana Novierini is working with the Ministry of Research and Technology as a part of the Ministry of Education and Cultural, Indonesia. She is a lecturer in public sector reform programs assignments, which is ISO 9001-2008, and researcher at State University of Jakarta, Indonesia since 2011. She is also a holder of series Research Intellectual Copyrights from the Ministry of Intellectual and Copyrights at a total of 9 certificates of copyright. Her accomplishments are including graduate and member of Young Leader Program GICA 2010, the Indonesian Ministry of Research and Technology's Grant Year 2017, the Chair Associate of SIC SSAM Korean Conference 2017, and the keynote speaker in ICSTR 2018 and ICSTR 2019. The Indonesian Ministry of Research and Technology's Grant 2018 and Indonesian Ministry of Education and Cultural and Public Society Devotion Grant Year 2020. Ma'am Diana will be presenting live with her conference, so I would like to hand over her so that she may start with her presentation. Diana ma'am, you may start with your presentation.
For your time. I would like to present our presentation, the empowerment of New Banten Island made of a mounting lava from the underwater mountain. Would you please
Yes, ma'am, Diana.
Would you please present my presentation? I'm having technical difficulties. Do you have my presentation?
No, ma'am, we haven't received the link to your presentation. We would like you to present live or either present your presentation.
Okay. Our research titled "The Empowerment of New Banten Island Made of a Mounting Lava from the Underwater Mountain."
Diana ma'am, if you are facing some problem with the technical or you are facing any technical issues, you may present verbally in the conference without the presentation. We'll highly appreciate that.
the presentation, excuse me, I'm sorry, I'm having difficulties with my files. Excuse me.
Ma'am, no need for apologies. You may present verbally without the presentation, and we'll highly appreciate that.
Could you hear my presentation?
Sorry, ma'am, the audio is quite low and we cannot hear your presentation clearly.
I already shared the presentation to the audience.
I think Kritika ma'am is saying that whether you can present the presentation from your side, and she will be just saying it verbally. She is asking that.
Ma'am, actually, we haven't received the presentation.
She is saying that she has sent the presentation. That is what she is saying. That
Okay, excuse me. Okay, I am sharing the presentation now. I beg your pardon.
Ma'am, no need for apologies. Diana, ma'am, you may present verbally without the presentation. We are here.
I already present. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Excuse me. Excuse me. I beg your pardon, please. I'm joining the wrong meeting. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me.
I'm not an issue. You may present.
Excuse me.
Yes, sure, ma'am.
Excuse me. Just a minute, please.
Sure, ma'am.
I am changing my device now. Excuse me. Okay, this is my presentation.
Yes, ma'am, we can see your presentation. Now you may present it verbally with your presentation.
the research implications, this theory generated by the satellite images about the ring of fire South Sea of Banten. You can see in the map the empowerment of the satellite images was the empowerment of Banten Island. Reclamation along the South Sea of Banten could be possible to do by doing the continuously maintained the underwater eruptions and earthquakes and emissions in underwater mountain in Banten Island province, and to develop a pattern of its movement alongside the South Sea of Banten. And the outcome of the research was this theory generated by the satellite images about the ring of fire South Sea of Banten. The empowerment of Banten Island reclamation along the South Sea of Banten could be possible to do by doing the continuously maintained the underwater eruptions and earthquakes and emissions in underwater mountain, as shown by the satellite images alongside the ring of fire South Sea of Banten in Banten Island province, and develop of its movement alongside the South Sea of Banten. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your attention. I'll give back to the moderator to begin the discussion. This is the end of our research presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Diana ma'am, for your presentation. And it is apologies from my side to all the participants that the video ma'am was facing the problem with her video. And Diana ma'am, would you like to add anything else to your presentation?
We would like to invite other researcher to join our research according to the title of these topics. And should you be interested, you could email us through the co-host email, and we'll be waiting for your participation. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I beg your pardon for the technical problem. I give back to the moderators. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Diana ma'am. If anybody has any questions regarding the presentation, may ask Diana ma'am right now, or may leave the questions in the chat section and we may revert you back with the answers. Does anybody has any questions regarding the presentation? Okay, moving forward with our conference. Our next and last keynote speaker for the day is Dr. Agnieszka Hendo-Miliuska, PhD, Head of Department, Psychology, Private University, Białystok, Poland. Her topic for the day is what COVID-19 reveals about significant personal experience and 4 ways to rethink the mental health problems. PhD Agnieszka Hendo-Miliuska is a psychologist, certified coach, and career counselor. She is a university professor and head of faculty of psychology at the private University of Pedagogy in Białystok, Poland. She is the head person and founder of the private primary school in Białystok and the head person of the private preschool in Białystok. She is also an expert at the Ministry of National Education in Warsaw. Her major research interests include self-regulation, dysfunctional behavior, and social relation. A scientist project is concentrating on self-regulation among middle school students and emotions and relations between groups. She is an editorial board member of Social Science and Humanities Research Association, Journal Humanities and Social Sciences, People Journal, International Journal of Social Sciences, and International Journal of English Literature and Social Sciences. She acts as an honorary peer reviewer for Global Association of Research USA. She has published widely in Polish and English. She has authored several books: School Environment in the Students' Experiences, Tendency of Changes and Dysfunction Among Middle School Students. She awarded the Medal of Commission of National Education in Poland for exceptional services to education and upbringing. Medal Diligenti for urgency and good posture, granted by the President of the city, Award of Ministry of National Education for outstanding achievements in didactic and educational work. Ma'am Agnieszka has shared a small video presentation with us regarding her topic. So let's see what she has to say.
Before I start, I would like to thank for organizing this conference in a safety way. I am honored to be invited and I am glad to participate on conference online. The main aim of my presentation is to try to answer the question what COVID-19 revealed about significant personal experience. First, I will define the main word and explain the theoretical approach. Then I will move to the methodology aids and I present research results, concluding a remark and practical implication. I would like to start my short talk by citation the respondent's statement. More troublesome became all the limitations, especially maintaining a 2-meter distance between people, limits of people staying in the store at the same time, hand disinfection which leads to sterilization on wearing medical gloves, order to wear masks even in open space, difficulties in making a medical appointment. All this caused an increase of irritation and anger. In addition, there was disinformation in the media. Every few days, there were some messages, often contradictory. In my opinion, the statistic of sickness and death given every hour on the radio intensified the collective panic. I avoided such information, taking care of myself, my mental health. Even simple daily activities have become a huge problem. How can we counteract the increasing rates of depression, anxiety, suicide, and addiction accompanying COVID-19? How can we handle trauma on personal and collective levels? The COVID-19 pandemic has had a very strong impact both on our everyday life and on the level of our functioning. The researchers are making efforts to recognize health, social, and economic effects. The restriction, prohibition, and unpredictability created by pandemic period showed other limitations and imperfections connected with, for example, organization of our life, work, and communication. Our unique social experience is accompanied by various forms of adaptation, more or less effective, acceptable, expensive, some of which are still difficult to identify, analyze, or so-called assessment. The diversity of possible reactions to those pandemic statements to be essential and very important. Research conducted by social psychologists in the field of behavioral changes suggests that these public changes are strongly context-related. As long as the period of threatened remains, various kinds of adaptations take place. When the context changes, people generally revert to old habits, patterns, and routines very quickly. Yes, we can't do the same thing all the time and expect different results. If we have the courage to try something new, we can only learn more, never less. Autobiographical memory is a part of the memory of our own past. It contains both episodic and semantic memories connected with identity by providing answers to 3 important questions. Who am I? Who was I? Who can I become? One of the specifics of autobiographical memory is its embedding in personal experience, particularly in a memory whose content refers directly to the subject which recall it in memory. In other words, It's a memory referring to the time of individual experiencing self. For example, remembering that there are many Polish tourists in Porto is not autobiographical. Even if it's based on our personal experience, it does not refer to the self in this memory. Only remembering the situation of a specific meeting and conversation with a random person from Poland meets this criterion. In the field of autobiographical knowledge, there are episodic memories, memories of special events. They are intense in various types of visual sensory details. They are a non-persistent mental construct strongly associated with short-term goals, actions, and most recent experiences. It raises the question whether personal COVID experience will consist of the field of autobiographical memory becoming an element of knowledge about yourselves. The current study is grounded in the self-memory system model of autobiographical memory. According to Conway's model, autobiographical memory consists of two main elements: autobiographical knowledge base and working self. The model is based on research showing that individuals tend to retrieve autobiographical memories from the perspective of their current selves. The memory system model details how an individual's current conceptual self guides recall of autobiographical memories. Although the model makes an excellent theoretical contribution, there is not enough empirical research examining the link between the conceptual self and retrieved memories. Current life experience shape the content of autobiographical memory, and the information content in it affects the understanding and placement of plans and activities. According to the self-memory system model, Conway assumed that not all episodic memories turn into autobiographical knowledge. In Conway's model, the answer to the question which of these memories meets this function refers to the previously mentioned connection of memories with goals. As confirmed by empirical research, the easiest access is to memories of events that took place in the last 24 months. See Figure 1. Autobiographical memories are described as patterns of activation across three components of the self-memory system: episodic memory, the work self, and the long-term self. Episodic memories are described as event-specific composites of sensory, perceptual, cognitive, affective details that invoke visual imagery and the experience of mentally reliving an event. The working self coordinates and modulates cognition, affect, and behavior through prioritizing the individual's context hierarchy of goals. Finally, the long-term self includes both the conceptual self and the autobiographical knowledge base. Research on autobiographical memory conducted in Poland and around the world showed that memories were located on the timeline in an asymmetric manner. Happy and important events were placed early in life. Memories of sad experiences were placed in a disorganized manner. Fijałkowska and Gruszczyński confirmed that the hypothesis of easier activation of memories with positive reminder. Matuszewski states that autobiographical memory has information function, episodic memories will be used to make decisions, communicative functions for making decisions, interpersonal functions, establishing and maintaining strong relations, and motivational and emotional functions, setting goals and ways of achieving them. It can be assumed that not all episodic memories will fulfill these functions and that not all of them will be part of autobiographical memory. This correlation between memories and emotions is an essential feature of autobiographical memory. Until now, research related to the regulatory role of autobiographical memories from the COVID-19 pandemic has not been conducted. It means that the maintenance of such research is increasing more and more. The main aim of the study is to analyze significant personal experiences from the first wave of pandemic. Based on the research on the regulatory role of autobiographical memory, I assume that the analysis of autobiographical episodic memories from this period will reveal significant personal experiences that may become part of knowledge about oneself, which will reveal an important element of the answer to the question of whatever and how this unique period changed us and what explained. The following hypotheses were formulated. It can be assumed that episodic memories which have been subjected to deeper reflection will become the basis of knowledge about oneself. They will have a greater regulatory role to create a positive perspective for the future. The second hypothesis, it can be expected that there are differences between them in the answers to the question about what did you do, what did you feel, what did you think. Episodic memories focused on three components of the ego structure. What did I do, self-image, what I would like to do, ideal self, what do I think I should have done, O to self. I define the independent and dependent variables, which are strongly linked with theoretical background. The indicators of the personal COVID experience linked with time of individual experiencing self are sphere of life, period, place, presence of others. The indicators of the personal COVID experience linked with conceptual self are connected with self-image, ideal self, or to self. The indicators of the various characteristics of the personal COVID experience is linked with informative communication, interpersonal, motivational, and emotional functions. And we have three respondents' declarations in the area of dependent variables, thoughts, emotions, and reactions. The survey consists of cover letter, instruction, question about the current mood before filling the survey. Part 1 concerns description of personal COVID experience in the area of sphere of life, period, place, presence of others. Part 2 was related to question about reaction and thoughts and feelings related to the most significant relevant personal COVID experience in the area of behavior, thoughts, feelings. Part 3 involved the questions about the various characteristics of this most significant COVID experience, which have the following function: informative communication, interpersonal, motivation, and emotional. Part 4 referred to the question about the current mood after filling the survey. Part 5 was related to demographic questions. The research took place among 37 students aged 19-60 years in a private university in Białystok in the period from May to February 2022. Let us analyze the answer of the respondents. Figure 1 presents that before filling the survey, 63 of respondents do not know the answers. 17 of them feel definitely positive. I want to present the answers about what did I do in the field of self-image. Now I want to show the answers about what I would like to do, ideal self. and the answers about what do I think I should have done. To sum up, it means that the COVID question, how did you react to COVID? The answers were given by 43 of respondents. If you would like to react differently, the answers were given by 24 of respondents. If you think you should have reacted differently, the answers were given by 13% of respondents. The achieved results suggest that the personal COVID experiences are strongly linked with personal life take place during the period of the second wave of pandemic, September, October, November 22, revealed that respondents were with their family or alone, take place in a public place or at home. The results of my own research indicate that in the sphere of communication, the personal COVID experience made them more difficult, made it much harder to understand others, made it much harder to stop the conversation. It turned out that in the field of relation with the family, the results may indicate that the personal COVID experience made that the role of relations had decreased considerably, made that people need more isolation. Respondents realized that relation could be very persistent. Data shows that in the sphere of changing the future goals and desires, the personal COVID experience made that many important things have become less important, made them want to live differently, will become as a lifelong learning. When it was assumed that episodic memories which have been subjected to deeper reflection will becoming the basis of knowledge about oneself, this exceptional period did not change anything for about half of the respondents. We have to remember that mistakes are lessons, but what we learn from them is up to us. Some stubbornly doing the same effect, different results, and they cannot be different. You can't do anything new using the old recipe. Generally speaking, memories was described as unpleasant and expressive. It could be stated that only for 5 respondents the COVID experience became part of autobiographical memory used to make decisions, enable contacts, create and maintain strong relations, set goals and methods of their implementation. Each of us gets to know ourselves, but without distance from ourselves, we cannot know ourselves 100%. In the area of selected research group, I would like to propose the extension of the research group to include students from other countries and propose a question: will the pandemic be remembered differently depending on cultural conditions? The research tools also be extended to include the method of directed connotation by Krovitz and Schiffman, in which the tested person receives a list of words and then is asked to provide specific life events related to them. Fact, it's being called a shadow pandemic means that we need to take stock on a personal level. Pandemic cracked open the facade of mental health and exposed the insufficiencies and injustice. What can we do? The way is to look at our personal challenges, more empathy, no judgments to make people feel more safe. If we simply care, listen, show empathy, be more humble, look to our left, look to our right, and just be present with compassion. That is all what we can do. Growth always takes place outside your comfort zone. As long as you are comfortable, you are not growing. In the same way, so this crisis took us completely out of our comfort zone and nearly brought us down to knees, also creating a huge opportunity for learning and growing. So what have we learned? I mean, what did we learn right now? Away? Your vision and your plans can only be realized if you say it aloud. If you keep it to yourself, it will remain only your invention. So this is not a problem of an individual man. It's not an European problem. This is a global problem. We need big ideas to tackle this. So let's start by providing free online consultation by therapists. To those who need will be really great initiative focused on the mental health. The pandemic changed everything all over the world. Take heart. The pandemic will end, and if we take inspiration from the success and lessons from the failures, we can keep the next potential pandemic so contained that our children's children won't even know its name. One of the most important things that we can do is realize the things that we aren't doing now, things we have stopped doing, and not go back and do it again. What if we don't go back? What if we go forward and rethink the way we are acting? Thank you.
Thank you, Ma'am Maluska, for your wonderful presentation. It was a super presentation. Ma'am, would you like to add anything else to your presentation?
I would like to thanks for inviting me on the conference. Many thanks. Yes, I have only one thing. I would like to invite another researchers to extension of the research, of my research. And I propose a question: will the pandemic be reminded differently depending on cultural conditions? So if someone of us would like to prepare and to conduct the same research in your country, I will be happy and I would like to cooperate. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Does anybody else have any questions regarding the presentation?
Yeah, I have a question. Dr. Agnieszka?
Yes.
Yeah,
Thanks.
you just took my words. Like, I wanted to tell this, that I would like to extend your research, because you told about statistics and I told about the difficulty in getting the statistics. So I am very much interested to collaborate with you and get your work done in India. So obviously, I will be contacting you surely. And you took my words. Believe me, I was just thinking of it, that I will be talking about your work. And I have just one single question to ask. How have you selected the sample size? It is just a rough sampling which you have done. 37 respondents I saw there. How did you select that sampling?
Yes, because it was only a pre-test.
Okay.
And we conducted this survey among our students. So it's a little group.
Okay. So even yeah, even my college, I have around 5,000 students. So I think I can easily go around with your study and do a such study where we can do a comparative of India and obviously your country. So I'll get you in touch with you soon.
Yes, many thanks, because it was only a first step, and I think that maybe it will be.
But I think little steps will make us towards the ultimate goal. So you have taken the initial step, and I would put forward another step to get this work done ahead, and we can come out with many good reports and researches.
Many thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Does anybody else has a question for Ma'am Mariska? Okay, moving forward with our conference. Among our participants, we have few listeners as well. I would like to introduce them. Ma'am Sarah Bennett, high school student, Singapore, American School, Singapore. The second listener is Xiao Su Xia, Department of Public Health, China Medical University, Taichung, Taiwan. And the other listeners are Noah Klein, Psychological, Binyamina, Israel. And the other listener is Derek Huel, the student of College of Sciences, Georgia, Institute of Technology, Atlanta, United States. Now, we'll proceed with the conference by having a team activity and a photo session. Let's proceed towards our team building activity. Sometimes we miss the opportunity of connection and linkage with the fellow participants of the conference. This team activity is to encourage the interaction among all the participants. One by one, we will share the views and solutions on the topic of discussion, and also we'll be conducting a photo session during the same. So today's topic of discussion is how false news can spread. We have a small video presentation regarding this, and the video credit goes to Ted Ed. Firstly, we'll see the presentation and then we can start with the discussion.
There's a quote usually attributed to the writer Mark Twain that goes, "A lie can travel halfway around the world while the truth is putting on its shoes." Funny thing about that, there's reason to doubt that Mark Twain ever said this at all, thus, ironically, proving the point. And today, the quote, whoever said it, is truer than ever before. In previous decades, most media with global reach consisted of several major newspapers and networks which had the resources to gather information directly. Outlets like Reuters and the Associated Press that aggregate or re-report stories were relatively rare compared to today. The speed with which information spreads now has created the ideal conditions for a phenomenon known as circular reporting. This is when publication A publishes misinformation, publication B reprints it, and publication A then cites B as the source for the information. It's also considered a form of circular reporting when multiple publications report on the same initial piece of false information, which then appears to another author as having been verified by multiple sources. For instance, the 1998 publication of a single pseudoscientific paper arguing that routine vaccination of children causes autism inspired an entire anti-vaccination movement, despite the fact that the original paper has repeatedly been discredited by the scientific community. Deliberately unvaccinated children are now contracting contagious diseases that had been virtually eradicated in the United States, with some infections proving fatal. In a slightly less dire example, satirical articles that are formatted to resemble real ones can also be picked up by outlets not in on the joke. For example, a joke article in the reputable British Medical Journal entitled "Energy Expenditure in Adolescents Playing New Generation Computer Games" has been referenced in serious science publications over 400 times. User-generated content such as wikis are also a common contributor to circular reporting. As more writers come to rely on such pages for quick information, an unverified fact in a wiki page can make its way into a published article that may later be added as a citation for the very same wiki information, making it much harder to debunk. Recent advances in communication technology have had immeasurable benefits in breaking down the barriers between information and people. But our desire for quick answers may overpower the desire to be certain of their validity. And when this bias can be multiplied by billions of people around the world nearly instantaneously, more caution is in order. Avoiding sensationalist media, searching for criticisms of suspicious information, and tracing the original source of a report can help slow down a lie, giving the truth more time to put on its shoes.
So before we start with the discussion for our topic, I would like all the researchers to switch on their cameras, as we are also having a photo session along with the team building activity. And I would welcome all the participants to be the part of the discussion and start the discussion. So I would like ma'am Yoshiko to present her views on the topic of discussion. Let's start with her. Ma'am, I would request you to unmute yourself.
And can you hear my voice? Is
Yes,
okay?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. You're
All right,
audible.
thank you very much. So, and thank you for a very interesting video. So I think that in recently, especially recently, we have lots of information and very difficult to pick up what is the truth, what is the true thing. So, and it's getting hard and hard to choose what is the truth. Then I think that if someone have a skill, spread a lot of fake news, so it's easy. It's much easier than in the past. Then I think it's very difficult to pick up the truth compared with in the past. I think so. It's very difficult. What is truth? We can decide. We can decide how we can decide what is the truth is very getting difficult, I think. And how to solve this situation? Sometimes what is the best idea? So it's very difficult, I think. And how about any other participant? What do you think about this? I think just it's difficult. That's all. Yes.
Thank you, ma'am, for your views.
Yes, I agree. Excuse me. I agree with you. I agree with you because from the perspectives of psychologists, the human mind has a tendency to quickly process information and recognize it's true almost automatically. So I agree with you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ma'am Miliska, would you like to present your views on the topic?
I would like only to add that the theories relating to spreading false news in psychology includes the phenomenon of psychological influence, for example, the motivated reasoning or cognitive distortion. I would like only highlight that the impact of fake news on memory and decision making, because it's the psychological point of view, is noticeable, even that people will understand that the information they previously believed to be true is false. The phenomenon is known in psychology as the continued influence effect and is based on the assumption that long-term memory stores information regardless of whether it's true or not. And the second point in the light of psychology is some information about stress. All we know is that fake news that evoke a feeling of anger, fear, or empathy in recipients as a result evoke deep faith in the false message,
are better remembered and more willingly disseminated on the internet. We have the third point, I think, and the last. It's a motivated reasoning, because all we know is that people need to be right. So motivated reasoning leads to accepting and seeking information that supports previous beliefs while ignoring alternative explanation. The basis of this tendency is the natural need for the mind to receive information that is in harmony with already existing views and beliefs. So it's only a 3 point of the theory from psychology. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your views. Dr. Riti, ma'am, would you like to present your views on the topic?
I already cited incidents of fake news and news sensitization, which has had an impact in the COVID times. And due to the impact of this fake news, the COVID situation did aggravate many places. So, so the question lies is, in the first initial stage, how do we differentiate fake news and a true news? So when the same news comes in different platforms, maybe in 2-3 channels, or in the media, in the social networking sites like Facebook or other sites, so people are bound to think that it is true. And people's reactions are based on those fake news itself. But later on, when the fake news comes that no, it is a fake news, it is not true, already the impact has been had on the population. So the question lies is whether we can have some policies or some frameworks where can we stop this fake news from coming and sensitizing the population. So the question lies there, like before putting the news in a social platform or in the site, there should be some policy framing which verifies whether the news is true or not. So those verifications are lacking from the part. That's the reason this news comes up, and later on we come to know that that is a fake news. But we had already suffered the impact of that fake news. So what I feel as
I would like to add on this.
Yeah, sure.
Am I audible?
Yeah, you're audible. Please add on.
I completely agree with Riti ma'am that there are fake news during the pandemic, and it has created a very negative impact as far as psychological thinking is concerned.
Yeah.
And there is some mechanism to control this kind of fake news, and this is actually a very good topic for research to control this kind of news.
Yes.
Since the conference is on the technology, I would like to mention that there has to be some technological advancement or maybe development in this area where this fake news can be controlled. Because it creates unnecessary negative impression on everyone. People are already scared, they are already afraid, and because of fake news, their scariness is increasing like anything. So if this kind of some mechanisms are developed, definitely it will be a good topic for the research.
Yeah, I totally go with Darshan, what he said. And because in this conference, I'm seeing we have people from the technological background also. We have people from science, technology. There are research scholars, there are the professors who are from engineering technology. I think this can be a good platform where we can actually put the things which is coming to our mind into practice. So can we do something where we can stop, or we can at least we can have a check on this particular fake news coming up. That is all from my side.
Thank you so much, Riti ma'am and Darshan sir. Bhanupriya ma'am, would you like to add something to the topic?
Yeah, it was a very interesting topic, and I too agree. Like the fake news could be avoided, and might be like I could discuss with university people, and this could be a good research topic for other students. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your view. Sir Ahmed, would you like to add something to our topic of discussion? Ahmed sir, am I audible to you?
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Sir, you're audible now.
Okay,
Would you like
okay.
to add something?
Yeah. Actually, at the present, I think the information it's easy to travel from one to another, and we can share and add in social media any news we can. Unfortunately, at the present, we face in video and image processing as my research area, many troubles. The latest one, which is deepfake technique, which means can that we add any face for anybody, and we can add any information and share this information in Twitters or Facebook or whatever. And the people after they making sharing for this fake news or fake information, this will be like making a dangerous information about people, and maybe harm them or make them lose their jobs, or maybe make them lose their monies. So the challenging and this time that's we are finding about to find the solving for this technique. As we can say here, that in this time, this technique is not very perfect in making that. So it's easy to detect which is this real person or not, but we don't know in the future what will be happen. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your views. Ma'am Seema Vinayak, would you like to express your views on our topic of discussion today?
Yeah, thank you very much, Kritika. And I think it was wonderful hearing all the presenters, and this is a very important and I think a relevant topic of discussing of avoiding your fake news. In fact, in psychology, I think I was hearing there are few people who from psychological background, and I would agree with the viewpoints which were presented by Dr. Devnath and one other colleague who was presenting it. There are a number of ways in which we can avoid the fake news. And from the psychological perspective, I would say that you have to keep your guards on, and you should not be just agreeing to the things which are presented to you on a platform. Now, generally, we put our guards down, we just tend to agree with the news, whatever is presented to us, thinking that the person who is presenting is an authority of that or is an expert. No, but we never cross-check it from the reliable sources, and we don't check it whether the source is reliable or not. As one of our colleagues was mentioning that these things had actually started to increase during pandemic because you were under so much of stress, and especially when we talk about the lockdown, there were the studies coming up, researches coming up, where we were saying that everybody was becoming an expert on the medicine, on the herbs, on you name anything, and everybody was expert. Now, when you are in an anxious or a stressful situation, the chances are that you would be absorbing more news in a, you can say, without questioning it. So in that way, in case we want to stop the fake news, it's very important to make our masses realize that it is very important to cross-check what is being provided on one platform, and then also look into the reliability of the sources. Now, sometimes you will come across in the news where they say from our reliable sources. But if suppose you question, if you look at the other news, you would find there is no reliable source, and even the person who may be a reporter or a presenter is just saying according to some people. Who some people? They are not ready. So sometimes there is a chance of not revealing the identity of the source due to number of reasons. But then as a absorber, as a person who is being given the news, you should be cross-checking it from the different things. It's very easy to say that there has to be policy, but the implementation of the policy has to be there. And so we should be looking at all those steps. So this is what I feel about this. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for sharing your views. Sir Shaoshan, would you like to add something to the topic?
Okay, thank you. I'm listening and learning because my English is not good. And in my opinion, I think false news, the most important is everybody should have subjective judgment. So I think it's the most important. And so I just can say that this is my opinion. That's all. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your.
If I can just interrupt, Haji, I have a small request. I don't know whether other presenters are also having this problem. I'm not able to understand what others are saying. There's too much of echo. I don't know whether it is with me only or with others also. So can we do something? Because I'm just able to hear my voice and there is too much of echo. So can something be done? Maybe I'm not so tech savvy, so maybe.
I would like to ask all the researchers if they are facing the same problem. Are they
No, we are not facing any problem.
Oh, no.
I think ma'am, Seema ma'am can just log in and log out and again log in. There may be some glitch with the network issue.
Yes.
Maybe.
So shall I just log out
we are
and
not
then
facing any
again
echo
log in?
problem.
Yeah, there is no echo problem. It's clear. The sound is clear and fine. We can hear you
I
properly,
don't know.
Seema. I think you can just log out and again you log in and check whether the problem has been solved or not.
Okay, so when I'm speaking, my voice is
It's clear. It's clear. It's clear to us.
Okay, then maybe there is some problem in my computer only. Yeah, it's okay. Sorry for interrupting the interaction which was going on.
No need for apologies, ma'am. No need for apologies. Sir Baba Saheb, would you like to add something to the topic? Sir Baba Saheb More, would you like to add something to the topic of discussion? Sir Baba Saheb, am I audible to you? Would you like to add something to the topic of discussion? I guess we are unable to reach him. Ma'am Sarah Bennett, am I audible to you? Would you like to add something to our topic of discussion?
Yes. So in Singapore, I attend the Singapore American School, and we actually spend a lot of time, especially in our research, ensuring that we cross-reference our sources and ensuring that we utilize sources that are quite reputable. And I've been listening to all of these discussions, and I don't think I understand quite as clearly as all of our presenters do about the notion of fake news and how quickly that spreads in comparison to the truth, like the TED Talk that we watched earlier. But just, at least in my education, we've had a large focus on ensuring that the sources that we utilize are reputable and are of factual nature. And so I think keeping that in mind when pursuing research that has been done by other researchers is notable for me.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you for sharing your views. We also have Noah Cleanser. Would you like to present your views on our topic of discussion, which says that how false news can spread? So please unmute yourself.
Madam, range is not proper, so I can't talk on this topic. Kindly consider me.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Noah Cleanser, am I audible to you? Okay, I guess he has lost connection with us. So thank you so much for being the part of discussion. And we'll move forward with our conference.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Sir, Noah Klein sir has joined, I guess. Sir, Noah Klein sir, would you like to present anything on the topic of discussion? So please unmute yourself.
No, I don't have nothing to add. Thank you very much.
You're most welcome. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Just may I add something?
Sure, sir. Sure.
Yeah, just I advise you all to don't be the part of sharing the fake news by follow that authentic resources and check or double check for any news you heard about it. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your advice. And we would move forward with our conference. So the first presenter for our day is Ma'am Seema Vinayak, Department of Psychology, Punjab University, Chandigarh, India. Her topic for the day is Role of Cognitive Social Moderators, Quality of Life, and Fear of COVID-19 in Essential Service Providers. Her abstract is on the screen, and you may read it from the screen. Also, Ma'am Seema Vinayak has opted to present live, so I would like to hand it over to Ma'am Seema Vinayak so that she may start with the presentation. Ma'am, I would like you to unmute yourself.
Okay, am I audible now, please?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Okay, just give me 2 minutes. I need to share my screen. So just 1 minute.
Sure, ma'am, sure.
Is my screen visible?
No, ma'am, we cannot see any screen share right now.
Okay, just 1 moment.
Sure, ma'am.
Is it visible now, please?
Yes, ma'am, we can see your screen.
Okay.
You may continue.
Okay, thank you.
You're most welcome.
So dear friends, I would be just sharing one of the recent research which we had done recently during COVID. Because if you would find out that most of the people, when I was just going through the different presentations and wonderful keynote addresses. Now, these days we have been talking about COVID-19, though it is on the regressive part and now it's almost over, and we hope that it subsides entirely in the coming near future. Now here we, being from the psychology background, we had tried to explore the cognitive social moderators, quality of life and fear of COVID-19 in essential service providers. So here our major focus was to take police personnel as the essential service providers. The people from India and even our friends from the other countries, they would know that initially during the phase when this breakdown was there in almost the entire world. Now, at that time, countries were going through that lockdowns. And so we were, even in India, we had this lockdown period immediately when it is on the higher side and the more and more cases were coming up. So the entire country was under lockdown. And so we had started with this initial study during that time, and now the results are coming up. So there was a group of these essential service providers, though it was a larger study and sponsored by, it was funded, I would say, by the DST. We have this for Government of India, we had got the grant to carry out the research on essential service providers. So now this study, I will be just taking up the few points in it, and briefly, because we don't have so much of time to go into the too many details. Now, when we were talking about the cognitive social moderators, our major concern was to see how the essential service providers, they were being influenced by the coronavirus cases, and when the COVID cases were coming up. Though we as the general population, we were all locked down in our homes in the so-called the safe environment of our homes, but our essential service providers were out on the street, and the health workers, the police personnel, now they were trying to ensure that everybody is safe. So they were more exposed to the impact of coronavirus, and COVID-19 was, it was expected that there would be more negative impact on these essential service providers. So when, so just going with this, we had, our department had carried out this work, and I'm from Punjab University at Chandigarh. So we had this, when we had been talking about this, but this novel coronavirus case, which was identified in 2019. Now, this was something new, which we in our near history, or we can say as far as even our parents and grandparents, they didn't remember anything of this magnitude and this kind of a disease outbreak which had come up. And when WHO considered it as a pandemic, it actually led to that psychological upheaval in majority of the people. Now, so here my major focus is on essential service providers, but the police personnel, so how they were impacted in that. Now, the essential services, or you can say are these essential professionals. Now, they had been preoccupied with ensuring that the public safety is taken care of. Now, these are the pictures later on when we were allowed to go out and have the basic essentialities. If you have to purchase the vegetables, you have to get you ration or your daily essential things. So they were the ones who had to ensure that everything is done properly and it is as per the rules of the country. So they were observed to be more susceptible to infection due to the nature of the profession. And so they were not only exposed more to the impact, more to the corona threat, but they were also worried about their families, because after their works, they were going back to the families. So they were more concerned about their families rather than themselves. So COVID-19 created a range of unforeseen and unprecedented challenges for the police across the world. And the pandemic-induced lockdowns brought these police personnel into the direct contact with the people who were in the need of urgent help and assistance. So they were performing their duties efficiently and even beyond their duties. So, but in the long run, it was going to have an impact, psychological impact on these personnel. So our interest was to how to explore what kind of impact it is having, so that we can maintain their positive mental health and how we can enhance their psychological well-being, so that they were our backbone at that time, so that the limited negative impact could be transferred. So we had carried out this pan-India research to ascertain the effect on this, and quickly some of the points which came out. This was on the general population, on the basis of which we had carried out this research project. Now, we had found that the hope, social support, meditation, yoga, nature watching, these things came out to be the important coping strategies to maintain the positive mental health of these individuals. So then there were a few more researchers who were doing the research, and they found sleep deprivation, sadness, and other negative impacts in police personnel. So during COVID-19, police personnel were expected to do the duties, to go beyond the call of their duty, and to right from distributing the food articles to cremation of the dead bodies. So that was the diversity which in the normal circumstances they were not supposed to do. So they were going extra miles to help the citizens so that they can remain safe. So the police had to ensure that nobody went hungry, everybody got the medical attention, they could return home safely. So these were the duties which were actually taking a toll on them. So these kind of problems, they even had to deal with the law-breaking behavior of the individuals, some kind of intelligence collection of antisocial activities, because as the researchers have found that generally when you are under the stress and the anxious situations, you try to sometimes take out your aggression on the other individuals or other environments, other materials around you. And at this time, when you can let your guards off, at that time, antisocial elements can also become more active. So what was the main impact of COVID-19 on police personnel? Major was that there is an increase in the duty hours apart from their normal duties. Then they were getting infected on the duty while on duty, and some of them have even lost their family members because, and they were also undergoing some kind of stigma and some kind of guilt that they are the ones who brought the virus at home, and so they have lost some family member because of that. So now the mental health of police during COVID was also found to be deteriorating due to a number of reasons. It was increased fear, lack of connection with the family members, social support, high level of depression, and so on. Now, some of them, like when we talk about the police personnel, especially the women, now on the duty, they were the equal participants, but we were forgetting, like in an Indian social scenario, the females, they are expected to take care of the family duties also, home duties also. So their burdens were almost 4 times during the time of COVID. So we had tried to explore hope, social support, and number of other variables, how these were affecting, how the cognitive social moderators, they were affecting the police personnel and how they affected the reduction of the fear of COVID-19 and also increasing their quality of life. So when we talk about hope, as we say that rainbow is a prism, and then you can have different multicolored layers of that. Hope is also something of a personal rainbow of a mind. Now, where I can say that the way you want to see the situations, you can see them. So accordingly, if you are mentally training your personnel, your essential service providers, they have been very efficiently dealing with the different tough situations, the threatening situations. But for this, even they were not mentally prepared for something of this sort. So some kind of training had to be given to these individuals so that they can have these rays of hope. And when you stay positive, the chances are that you are in a better position to deal with all kind of critical situations. So role of social support was another important thing which was considered to be important. Social support, we had found that it was not only the familial social support, because all of us were under the lockdown, but even the support at the workplace, when each one of them was just trying to motivate the other personnel, their superiors were motivating them, they were taking care of their health issues, they were taking care of their families. The governments had made provision for the separate night stays and separate stays for the individuals who were on the duty, so that they can minimize the transfer of infection from the people on duty to their families. So these were the benefits of the social support. improving the ability to cope with stressful situation, promoting good mental health, enhancing your self-esteem, lowering the number of risks, for example, the blood pressure, because some of them were undergoing certain debilitating and life-threatening diseases. So we were trying to reduce that. Then promoting the healthy lifestyle behaviors and encouraging adherence to the treatment plan. Now, during this time only, we were able to give some kind of training programs to mental training programs to our police personnel and other essential service providers, to the health professionals also, where now over the time they have developed certain lifelong techniques where they could manage their health, they could manage their not only their physical but their mental health also. So they have started doing their meditation, yoga, and some other techniques which have been they found very helpful to deal with at the time of COVID-19. Then quality of life, which is a concept which aims to look at the overall well-being. Now, whether the population of the individuals, they're positive, negative, all things, we can't say that quality of life means that you have all the positive things. There are bound to be negative things also, but how you maintain that balance, that would be enhancing your well-being, or it will be reducing your mental health. So there have been a number of researches which have been done. We found that the people who were high on empathy, they tend to show more quality, better quality of life. Then there were other people. These were the studies done earlier also, which had given us an idea that these could be the research areas which can help our essential service providers during these tough times. So then hope and social support can impact the quality of life in police personnel. Now, substantial support evidence has found that the coping behavior, resilience, psychological mental health, these were all interlinked in our essential service providers, and especially when we talk about the police personnel. Now, if you see in this case, when the lockdowns were lifted and there were some kind of, engagement with the general public, now our police personnel were very open and they were very comforting to the individuals. So they were not adding to the anxiety or the stress, but they were able to handle the things in a very positive way. Now, support from the peers, colleagues, families, friends, they have shown that even in the at the time of threats and stressful events, you can deal with these things. And I think I must mention here that our department in Punjab University, we volunteer to help our general public, and we had started with the first tele-counseling for the COVID for our general population. Then for our essential service providers, we were available for our colleagues for the tele-counseling because we could not have that face-to-face interaction. And somehow we were able to provide whatever support, whatever help we could do, we could provide them with the help of our alumni, with the help of our volunteers. We were able to do our bit towards the bringing the things to the normal situations. So by cultivating hope and fostering a positive social environment, it is possible to increase one's sense of security and safety, which results in a sound judgment. So the people who have to take control of the situations, the ones who were our frontliners, it was very important that they have their things in control so that they can make the sound judgments. So with the decline, it has even become now more crucial so that the people who were mentally and physically exhausted during those times, though especially the frontliners, they can get the time to again bounce back and perform their duties in a better way. So we had done the study which we were doing, we had again done it on a number of individuals, and we found that social cognitive moderators, your hope, support, social support, family support, now they were able to have a positive impact on the psychological health of our essential service providers. The family support, the ones who were staying with their immediate families, they showed the better quality of life. as compared to the others, because they had at the back of the mind that my family is safe. They are at one place. The ones who were staying away from the families, away from the families means that they are posted here and the family is somewhere else. So at the back of mind, they were more worried what is happening at the other, in the other state, how the family is managing. So this is, I would say, the crux of the study which we have done. And it was wonderful to work with these police personnel who were volunteered and who came up with all, even in these tough times, they were so receptive to our idea and they had come up. And so this is all I wanted to share with you. And thank you very much. Any questions, any suggestions, we are welcome for that. Kindly let me know if we have any questions.
Thank you so much, Seema ma'am, for your wonderful presentation. And does anybody have any questions regarding the presentation? Would anybody like to ask any questions regarding the presentation to ma'am?
Thank you.
You're most welcome, ma'am. So moving forward with our conference. I guess we are facing some problem with the technology. Just a second. Sorry for the technical glitch. Just a second. I'm really very sorry. So our next presenter for the day is Darshan Mahajan, Business School, National Institute of Construction Management Research, Pune. His topic for the day is Dynamic Group Allocation Framework for IRCTC. His abstract is available on the screen. You may read it from the screen. Further, he has shared a small video presentation. We'll be sharing the video presentation regarding his topic, and let's see what he has to say.
Hello everyone and greetings for the day. I am grateful to the organizing committee of 10th ICSTR Singapore International Conference on Science and Technology for giving me the opportunity to present my research idea in front of all the great researchers present here. Myself, Dr. Darshan Mahajan from Pune, India. I work in National Institute of Construction Management and Research as an associate professor, and my paper title is Dynamic Group Allocation Framework for IRCTC. Indian Railway Catering Tourism Corporation, known as IRCTC, is one of the most popular and largest organizations in India. IRCTC mainly provides all the services and facilities to the passengers of the Indian Railways. These particular facilities include booking railway tickets, providing foods on train, providing foods on various places during the journey, and so on. So it's a very large organization. This organization is well established. They are mostly all passenger centric, and they are providing very excellent services to the passengers traveled by Indian Railways. In the country like India, the passengers traveling in very mass volume. According to the statistics given by IRCTC, published on their website, in 2018-19, year 2018-19, 23 million approximately people have traveled in the suburban and non-suburban areas in the country. In 2019-20, this figure has come to 22 millions. Okay. This includes suburban plus non-suburban traveling both. Okay. So it's a very large organization, and it is having well established mechanisms. They have also implemented technological advancements in providing their services. Their technological implementation includes their very beautiful website irctc.co.in. Through this website, it is a very user-friendly website for the passengers, and they provide very nice services through that. They have also established various food tracks in the country to provide the food for their passengers, and they are also having the pantry services during the journey in the train itself. Okay, so it's a very large and very good organization. After having so many technical implementations, and still they're improving day by day. In last in 1 decade, they have done very excellent job in the technological implementation. There is no doubt on it. A specific observation has been discussed as a problem in this paper. Though there are technical advancements are available, still there are few services which are which is required on very regular basis, are still manual in nature. For example, during the journey, particularly a long journey, passengers are typically facing problems like waiting time for meeting pantry person, since the procedure is manual, high waiting time for food delivery, quick communication with the particularly by the senior citizens with the pantry people is not available, wrong order processing sometimes, no quick feedback mechanism available on board, no facilities for order cancellations or modifications are exist, non-availability of menu cards to each and every passengers, and emergency food during the night time is not exist. So these are the few problems which we have identified, and we are trying to give the solution to this problem, or trying to address this problem with the help of some technological advancement. In the recent past, there are many researchers who have suggested that the ordering food in the IRCTC should be using through phone, or maybe ordering food through SMS services have been suggested. In few researches, the food on track system has been suggested, and this has been implemented by IRCTC. Okay, ordering food through web services are suggested, and IRCTC has that facility. Okay, IRCTC also has opened food kiosks. Now what happens, main problem is when the passengers are on board, at that time they face problem, and currently there is no mechanism, or there is no solution suggested by any author to provide the good services at the time of when the people are on board in the train, particularly in the long journey. So our paper is trying to address that kind of problem. The simple methodology has been used in this paper, where through discussion method the problem has been identified, to what kind of problem passengers are facing during the long journey. Okay. After discussing this problem with problems from the various passengers and self-observations, we have prepared a list of problems which could be addressed through some technological advancements. This discussion is particularly conducted during the South India track during the traveling. Okay, and this model has been suggested. The research and discussions. Know what happens whenever the passengers are booking the tickets using the web services provided by IRCTC. IRCTC collect all the demographic details of the passengers in their server. Okay, the basic idea is to connect the IRCTC server with the very popularly known application called as WhatsApp. Okay, so if this WhatsApp and the contact details available in the server with IRCTC, if they could club together with some kind of model, some kind of technology, it will help IRCTC to provide the services in very effective and efficient manners. That's why IRCTC collects the master data about its passenger during the online and offline reservations along with contact details. This model suggests the dynamic allocation of contacts with WhatsApp application to form the runtime groups. So basic idea is to form the runtime groups when the train starts and when the train ends, or maybe the train reaches on the particular destination. During this period, this dynamic grouping should be done through WhatsApp. Okay, but this currently WhatsApp does not have this facility to create the runtime groups. So that is why the mediator application is suggested. This mediator application will be developed with the help of application programming interface. This mediator application will coordinate as in a collaborative approach with IRCTC and with WhatsApp application. So mediator application plays a very important role, which we are trying to develop in future. Okay, this is just conceptual idea, okay, how that model should be done. The groups will be created, maintained and deleted using application programming interface through mediator application. The mediator application will be linked to the database for each train, and mediator application will fetch the contact details of from the server of IRCTC, of course after their permission, and then it will be connected to WhatsApp application using application programming interface. So this is what the simple concept is. It will be a responsibility of the mediator application to create a temporary WhatsApp group at source station, maintain the group requirements during the train, and delete the group when the train reaches to the destination. Since the mediator application is connected to IRCTC database and the GPS signals, as soon as the passenger gets down on the particular station, the mediator application will remove the passengers from the WhatsApp group immediately. The model which is created by a mediator application, the IRCTC database will, the data will be fetched, the GPS signal will provide the train status, and based on this, the mediator application will coordinate with WhatsApp application for creating the dynamic group. Once the group has been created automatically by the application programming interface, that group link will be sent back to the passenger. Passenger will join the WhatsApp application dynamic group created by the mediator application, and they will be able to connect with the pantry people. So there will be three main players will be connecting to this particular app, that is contractor from the IRCTC. He will be by default part of this WhatsApp group. All the passengers who are traveling will be a by default member of that particular group, and there may be a person from the IRCTC who will be observing the quality and related feedbacks from the passengers through this WhatsApp group. As soon as the train reaches to a destination, the mediator application will remove all the group members one by one, depending on their departure and depending on their source and destination. The WhatsApp group will be removed automatically by this mediator application. So this is a very simple and low cost kind of technology which could be developed in future. If this application is presented in the physical form after some time, it will help you to mitigate the problems like long waiting time for meeting pantry person will be mitigated. One single message will be communicated to the pantry to address the order. Waiting time may be informed to the passengers by pantry manager. Reduce high waiting time for food delivery. Quick communication by senior citizens is possible. Wrong order processing will be avoided. Quick feedback mechanism on board will be available. Order cancellation and modification will be easy for everyone. Menu card with rate will also be quickly available, and emergency food can be ordered at night. So this is a simple model, simple concept. Some technological changes are required to incorporate this. After this, it will be functional and people will be able to enjoy it, and this will give a lot of benefits to the organization like IRCTC. Okay. Thank you very much for your precious time. I hope my presentation, you like my presentation. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Darshan sir, for your excellent presentation. Would you like to add something else to your presentation?
No, at this moment, no.
Okay, thank you so much. Does anybody has any questions regarding the presentation presented by sir? Okay, so moving forward with our conference, our next presenter for the day is Sir Ahmed Mathana Sibyl, Department of Computer and Communication Systems Engineering, Faculty of Engineering, University Putra Malaysia, Malaysia. His topic for the day is Deep Learning Detection of Biometric Presentation Attack. His abstract is on the screen and you may read it from the screen. Also, he has shared a small video presentation with us. So I would like to play the presentation.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Ahmed Muthanna from University Putra, Malaysia. I'm Master of Communication Engineering student. Today, I will present about our research, which is deep learning detection of biometric presentation attack. In this presentation, I will cover all this content. First of all, I need to identify what is biometric. Biometrics are physical or behavioral human characteristics which can be used to digitally identify a person to grant access to the system's devices or data. Basically, there are two types of biometrics, which are physiological, such as fingerprints, facial patterns, hand, iris, and DNA. Also, secondly, we have behavioral, which are keystroke, signature, and voice. We can see in the paragraph the physiological and behavioral biometric traits. Going to clarify a basic idea of biometric systems. It's starting from the user when is identify himself in front of sensors or cameras, and then going to data acquisition, or after that we're going to extract the features and compare it with our database which recorded previously, and the results will be if matches the features, I mean matches the features with the database that's recorded in previous time. If matches will be identified or verified. If not matched, will be not identified. According to latest survey from Spiceworks company in United States, using of biometric authentication on business technologies, using in different devices such as smartphones, laptops, tablets, and time clock systems, also door locks, application of sensitive data, desktop wearable devices, emails, and point of sales devices and others. It has a huge using in the markets in the world. Also, the planning in the future will be have an increased in using of biometric authentications. Now I will go to identify the face recognition. The face recognition is a process of identifying or verifying the identity of person using their faces. The process includes capture and analyze and compare the patterns based on person facial details. The spoofing happening as a gap for the facial recognition. Spoofing happened, it's like just attack happened where photograph or video or mask of a valid user is presented in front of face recognition system to cheat the system and gain access to data or whatever. One of the dangerous attack is replay video attack, which is trying to spoof the biometric system. The video presentation attack represented replaying video from a digital screen or digital device instead of real person to cheat the biometric system. This is some example of video attack scenario and spoofing. The profile statement of our research, as I mentioned, the face recognition face different types of spoofing attack. One of this attack is replay face video on digital device such as phone, tablet, or any digital screens. Secondly, research on using deep learning in detection video presentation attack by frames are limited. Thirdly, existing methods took a little bit long time to detect the video attack because more frames, more time needs. Last, there is no information about the ideal number of frames should be used to get sufficient results in video presentation attack detection. The aim of our research is to find the ideal number of frames should be used to make face liveness detection, and the objectives identified to achieve this aim. The first one is to design an effective classifier by using learning algorithms. Secondly, to investigate about the optimal number of frames should be used from videos to get best results. Thirdly, to evaluate the performance of the new system of detection in terms of its accuracy and time of detection. Lastly, to improve the effectiveness of detection and achieve high accuracy and results. The project scope of our research is to detection of videos attack by using deep learning, as I mentioned, and extract frames from videos to use static approach and make face liveness detection. The database utilized in this research was replay attack database, which is a popular database used in different biometric research from Switzerland. As literature targeted in our research that using deep learning and dealing with frames, there are two as our target in our targeting. First one, which is enhancing computer vision to detect face spoofing attack using a single frame from play attack using deep learning. And a second one, enhanced deep learning architecture for face liveness detection for static and video sequence by using 20 frames. The methodology of our research. Here I can show you the flowchart of our methodology. As I mentioned about the videos that we get it from the play attack database and then extract frames from videos, and after that going to data pre-processing by using ResNet 50 and evaluate of results. If majority of frames matches the real characteristic, the results will be real face. If matches spoof characteristic, will be spoof face. The system of face liveness detection of our research can show in here also in this paragraph. We are dealing for different number of frames because we, as I mentioned, the objective to investigate to find the ideal number of frames. So we started from 3 frames and 5 frames until 7 frames. As we can see here, the input video, and then extract the frames and go to the pre-processing, and if the results match, will be real characteristic. If match spoof characteristic, will be spoof face. The reply attack database that we use in our research, as I mentioned, consists of 1,300 video clips of photos and video attacks, attempts from 50 clients under different light conditions, produced at ID Map Research Institute in Switzerland. Here we can see some example of the database of real and spoof attack. We're targeting the mobile attack phase because, as I mentioned, the database consists of different scenarios. You can see here the real and spoofing attack from the real database. Now going to the distribution of database that we used in our research. We organized our data and extract, as I mentioned, the mobile scenario. The data used and divided in three phases, which is training data and validation data and testing data. The training data is for training our model. The validation data is for monitoring model performance. The testing sets is to evaluate our final model performance to our methodology. Here we can see the distribution of the image that we use. We created 3 classifiers. The total number of frames we used is more than 1,000 frames, because in deep learning, more data will give you more good or high accuracy in results. So here is the distribution of data in each classifier: training set, validation set, and testing set. The algorithm used in our research is ResNet, or Deep Residual Network. ResNet is a classic neural network used as a backbone for many computer vision tasks. Deep Residual was increasing most groundbreaking work in the computer vision and deep learning community used. ResNet makes possible to train up to 100 or even 1,000 of layers and still achieving compelling good performance. ResNet enhanced the performance of many computer vision applications other than image classification have been posted, such as objective detection and face recognition. Also, I have to mention that ResNet 50 solved the vanishing ingredients in computer problem in computer vision, which means that's when the not sure if the deep learning or algorithm, if it's deeper, will give good results. So the technique used in ResNet is skip connections instead of going to deeper. So the ResNet 50 solved the vanish ingredient problem in deep learning algorithms. Here we can see the ResNet architecture as proposed in the publisher. Sorry. Our results, now going to our result, the results of classifier 1. We can see our model for the first classifier is model accuracy is very good. and showing is a good fit, and the model loss, the training or sorry, and model accuracy in our training and validation set, we can see our results, which is one, which is very good as a result. And going to the model loss, the training and validation curves shows good fit for the first classifier. And in terms of testing, we can see here the accuracy of first classifier taken from the frames, from different frames that the model didn't see before, just training and validating and testing for it. And going to the results of second classifiers, also, sorry, we can see the model accuracy for training validation set for the second classifier, which is one, also very good. And in terms of model loss, the training validation show a good fit also, which is not underfitting and not overfitting. Also, this is the testing for the second classifiers. We can see the accuracy results. Also here, the results for the third classifier. As I mentioned, for results analysis for using 3, 5, 7 frames for detection, because we investigate to find the ideal number of frames. So after we took 3 frames, we can see the accuracy for each videos, or we cover all the 50 clients in the apply attack database. You can see here our results for 3 frames is 96.93, 100%. And the accuracy results for using 5 frames, which is 96.53, 100%, and also 96 for 100% for 7 frames. As we can see here, the higher results we got it from 3 frames, which is here. So no need to going for more than. And also we make comparison of our results with other research, which is, we can see here our model ResNet 50. Here is our accuracy and the inception version for that literature that we are targeted. We get higher than result. Here they use single frames. And here they use 20 frames. As we know, more frames need more time for detection. So here, when we use 3 frames, we achieve high accuracy comparing with using single frame and less time. And instead of going to 20 frames, we can see here our results. It's very good comparing with going to CNN LSTM for 20 frames in terms of time. In conclusion, our classifier we created was able to classify the real or spoof person. From our results we obtained, we found that the 3 frames is ideal number of frames for make face likeness detection. The performance of our system, we found that accuracy is high and less time of detection with using 3 frames. There is this 50 classifier gave us a high accuracy, 96.993. 100% by using 3 frames. We also noticed that the using of 5 or 7 frames for detection in our system decreased the accuracy and increased the time of detection. That's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ahmed sir, for your wonderful presentation. Would you like to add anything else to your presentation?
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay. And does anybody has any questions regarding the presentation who would like to ask? Bhanupriya ma'am, you're not audible. I would request you to unmute. Ma'am, you're still not audible. Bhanupriya ma'am, you're still not audible. Bhanupriya ma'am, are you there? Ma'am, you're not audible. I guess.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. You're
Okay.
audible. Yes.
Okay. Sorry. So,
No,
sir,
no,
can you
no
tell,
problem.
did you use any real-time data sets for your
Actually,
research?
no. I'm just analyzing videos now. Maybe in the future.
Okay. So what kind of data did you choose?
Sorry.
Like, how did you validate your thing?
I
How did you
split.
validate? Yeah.
Yeah, I split them by taking different frames from the different clients, coverage all the database. So each sets and validation was different about training and testing.
Okay. And how about the algorithm that you use for classification?
Sorry again?
Algorithm? Did you use any algorithm for classification?
Yeah, I mentioned that, which is residual networks,
Okay.
deep learning algorithm.
Okay. Like, apart from that, like, how did you group the images? Like, from the database, how did you group the images and all?
Actually, it was labeled for training and validation, and in testing was randomly for all the clients to check the performance of our models.
Okay. I thought I would suggest like you can use a GAN, right? GAN for separation of real and yeah.
Okay,
So that,
okay.
yeah. Okay. Yeah, it was a nice presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your question, and thank you, sir, for your answer as well. Does anybody has a question for sir? Pritima, would you like to ask any questions regarding the presentation? Soshank, sir, would you like to ask anything regarding the presentation? Shashank, sir, am I audible to you? Would you like to ask anything regarding the presentation?
No, thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
No question. Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir. So moving forward with our presentation, our next presenter is Ma'am Bhanupriya Peryaswamy, Research Scholar, Electronics and Communication, Engineering Department, SRMIST, Chennai, Tamil Nadu, India. Our topic for the day is a novel deep learning model-based vehicle data offloading and optimal resource allocation for vehicular networks with blockchain technology. Her abstract is on the screen and you may read it from the screen. Also, Bhanupriya ma'am has shared a video presentation related to her topic. We'll be playing the presentation and let's see what she has to say.
Hello everyone, this is Bhanupriya, research scholar doing research under the guidance of Dr. Sabita Gauni, Associate Professor, Department of ECE, SRM IST, KTR, Chennai, India. Today, I'm going to discuss about my research topic, a novel deep learning model-based data offloading for autonomous electric vehicular networks with blockchain technology. Let's see in detail about data offloading. The presentation flow is as follows. Introduction, offloading at the edge, challenges, related works to my field, objectives of my research, acronyms used, vehicle attributes, the complete description of the research topic, conclusion,
and the references used. Let's see in detail. Yeah, let's move on to the introduction. We're going to see about autonomous vehicle. Autonomous vehicle has gained a lot of importance in recent years because of its varied and services offered on its wheels. A guaranteed performance, safety through intensive sensing from the various sensors on the vehicle are the advantages of autonomous vehicle. Since there are various sensors involved in autonomous vehicle, huge amount of data has to be processed. Management of this massive amount of data is a very big challenge for an autonomous vehicle that, as you know, is a driverless. And quality of service has to be provided without latency, and the throughput has to be higher. And also, since the data has to be processed either in vehicle and the cloud and the edge computing, the environment is keep on changing. We call it as an heterogeneous environment, which is a high challenge for an autonomous vehicle. The processed data in autonomous vehicle might be hard real-time data. Yeah, what is hard real-time data? When data has to be processed in real time, immediately, without any delay of even a millisecond or microsecond or nanosecond, it is said to be hard real-time data. For examples, emergencies involving accidents, surgeries, or the path where the autonomous vehicle is going, the decision has to be made is said to be hard real-time data. Soft real-time data is not an immediate processed data. It might be audio video streaming services or some other services that doesn't involve immediate intervention. Non-real-time data are the data that could be processed anytime. For example, email services. So these are some of the data categories that are processed in an autonomous vehicle. So when you see about the autonomous driving model, it involves the sensors, the perception of the data, where it has to be localized, object recognition when it is traveling, object tracking, and based on the perception, the decision has to be made by prediction, path planning, obstacle avoidance, and the data can be processed either in cloud platform or edge platform, and finally it is stored. Yes. So since there are so many sensors, the challenge of using an autonomous vehicle is quality of service requirement with low or ultra low latency, and this challenge can be overcome by using in mobile edge computing. Edge computing is nothing but providing services at the edge or nearby vehicles. Since this involves mostly vehicles, we call it as vehicular edge computing network. Point-to-point computation, high storage, increased bandwidth, and wide range of computational units are high advantage of an autonomous vehicle. So to process the data in an autonomous vehicle, the architecture involves the smart onboard unit, we call it as SOBU, MEC server, the mobile edge computing server, and the interconnected cloud network. The processing unit, memory, vehicular controller, GPS receiver model, and interface unit present in the smart onboard unit basically helps in communication of a vehicle with the heterogeneous environment, which might be the edge servers or the roadside unit or the cloud server. So the smart onboard unit SOBU is mainly involved in the compute vehicular communication. Something happened to the video?
Technical difficulties. We are facing some technical difficulties on our end. Is it audible now?
Maybe you can just move a bit and check whether it is there. Vehicular networks.
I'm sorry for the
So
inconvenience.
here the framework has been designed. Then to classify and test the vehicle computational parameters using deep learning algorithm and to provide the required computation capacity. So in detail, we'll be seeing how the vehicles are clustered together, then observe vector of our model is to analyze and observe vehicular networks and to design a framework for transferring the data securely in vehicular networks. So here the framework has been designed. Then to classify and test the vehicle computational parameters using deep learning algorithm and to provide the required computation capacity. So in detail, we'll be seeing how the vehicles are clustered together, then classified according to the vehicle parameters. Then we'll be checking whether the prescribed model or the proposed model is better than the previous existing model. So some of the vehicle attributes for my research are frame ID, vehicle ID, bounded width, bounded height, perimeter, speed, and density of the vehicle flow. Yeah. So what is frame ID? So when vehicles are moving, the images of the vehicle are captured in a frame, and each vehicle has been given an ID in order to track it. So within the frame, the bounded width and bounded height of the vehicle has been calculated. Since the vehicles are moving at certain speed, the speed could be calculated using the mean speed formula, and the density of the vehicles per meter has been given by N by L. And where N is nothing but the number of vehicles and L is nothing but the length of the road in the frame mentioned. And vehicle flow is given by F is equal to N by T, where N is nothing but the vehicles and T is nothing but the time period or the duration in which the vehicle has been going. So these are some of the vehicle attributes that has been considered for doing my research. So first of all, when we are going to see about the analyzing the vehicle parameters, the vehicles are clustered together. How are the vehicles clustered together? By group formation. In group formation, the common features are considered and the vehicles are clustered together. So for clustering of vehicle, the K-means algorithm has been used, where K involves the number of clusters. So if K is equal to 2, the number of clusters has been considered to be 2. And the previous challenge of K-means algorithm is that the allocation of data point was difficult, and to overcome this, cosine similarity distance algorithm has been proposed, wherein the distance between the centroid and the vehicles has been reduced as small as possible. Cluster head. Cluster head is nothing but inside the clustering, there has to be a common vehicle that can communicate with the other centroids or with the edge servers. So that is said to be the cluster head. And node with the highest energy, lower distance to the base station, and other nodes are chosen as the cluster head. Mobile edge computing server selection. So based on the number of vehicles and based on the requirement, we are selecting the mobile edge computing server, and deep learning approach has been used for the selection. While selecting the mobile edge computing server, the scheduling of vehicle has to be done through roadside unit, and data offloading depends on memory, speed, cost, bandwidth, disk management, energy consumption of MEC. What is data offloading? So like whenever there is a communication of an autonomous vehicle between the edge servers and the cloud servers, there will be always the internet that is not consistent. So whenever there is a lag in internet, the edge server or the cloud server has to be selected accordingly, so that there should be zero latency that has to be achieved. So that is data offloading. Offloading, there are two kinds, basically data offloading and task offloading. Here we are going to see about only data offloading as of now in my research. The vanishing gradient problem of the normal deep learning approach has been overcome using ReLU activation, so that the back propagation delay of the deep neural network has been overcome. So after clustering of the vehicle, mobile edge computing servers are selected, and after that resources has been allocated. Resource allocation in the sense like in the chicken swarm optimization helps and allows an agent to learn an optimal vehicle scheduling policy. The scheduling process is done, and the task is according to the task requirement. The resources are allocated to every system. The best of actions is exploited in order to maximize the long-term resource allocation needs, minimizing costs, and also satisfying the request from the server. The computation of vehicle weights is based on vehicle parameters. So the complete proposed framework is as follows. So first of all, we have done the clustering of vehicle, and after that cluster head has been selected. Then the mobile edge computing server has been selected. Resource allocation is done. After resource allocation, we are planning to involve blockchain technology for vehicle security. So the computational parameters that has been measured here are clustering time analysis, clustering findings, performance metric, local processing time, and average response time. Yeah. So based on the proposed model, some of the results we are going to see are clustering time analysis. So we saw clustering is nothing but grouping of vehicles based on their vehicle parameters, common vehicle parameters. So some of the other algorithms has been considered, analyzed, like FCM algorithm, KMA algorithm, and the proposed chicken swarm K-means algorithm. And we could see that the proposed algorithm has a lesser clustering time compared to the other algorithm. The time slots for this analysis involves 100, and the roadside radio range is 1000 meters. The complete range has been considered as 1000 meter, while the communication happens between 300 meters. The vehicle speeds will be around 1 meter per second, and within the range 1 meter per second to 2.5 meter per second, and the vehicle processing rate is 10 cycles per second. So these are task size in terms of megabytes and task requirement in terms of cycles per task. So the clustering analysis shows that clustering time for the vehicles in the range between 100 to 500, the proposed algorithm has the least clustering time of 2.85 milliseconds, while for the clustering of 200, 300, 400, and 500 vehicles, The clustering time is 4.25 milliseconds, 5.82 milliseconds, 6.58 milliseconds, and 7.89 milliseconds, respectively, which is lower than the existing algorithm. The performance achieved. So the comparison of the proposed deep learning network with the existing algorithm based on the parameters precision, recall, F-score, and accuracy shows that the proposed algorithm has a higher value of precision, recall, F-score, and accuracy from the observed data. So the performance metrics where we consider precision. What is precision? How many vehicles are selected that are relevant? How many relevant selected is said to be recall? F-score is nothing but weighted average of precision and recall. And accuracy is the fraction of prediction that the model is correct. So the prediction formula is given by this formula, and accuracy is given by true positive plus true negative divided by true positive plus false positive. So based on true positive values and true negative, true positive, true false positive, and false negative values, the F-score has been calculated. So based on these values, the performance metrics shows that the proposed model has an accuracy of 96%, which is higher than the other algorithm mentioned previously. Average response time. Average response time is the response time of the servers when a task has been requested by the vehicle. The average response time of tasks increases as the task requirement increases, and the lowest response time is for the proposed algorithm compared to the other algorithm. So when the task count was 400, the response time achieved was 8.6 milliseconds, which is lesser than the previous existing algorithm. So the graph also shows the same. Local processing time. Local processing time in the sense when a task is required to be done by a vehicle, if based on the priority, if it has to be processed locally by an edge server, the processing time has to be lesser. This has been shown in the graph. Blockchain technology. So the framework has been proposed, and after the framework proposal, some of the research findings we have been discussing. So in future, we are planning to use a blockchain technology, since the recording of information is such that it is difficult or impossible to change by anyone. So here the blockchain technology we are planning to use for storing of information of data, vehicle data securely. The registry stores all the information about vehicles from start till the latest. The distributed storage of records is arranged in a chronological order and decentralized, and it is decentralized and cannot be hacked. So based on the discussion or description of my research, we could see that the velocity and the number of vehicles are continuously monitored here, and hence the collision and accidents between vehicles could be avoided. The accuracy obtained by the performance metric is 95.69, so which is better than the other previous models available. And since there are a number of attributes and combination of different algorithm has been used, this model definitely will work under a heterogeneous environment. And these are my reference This is for my consideration so far. Yeah. And in future, we are planning for using this model with some of the computational attacks or vulnerable attacks like brute force algorithm attack and 51% algorithm attack and denial of service attacks. So some of the attacks will be given for this model, and how it could be shielded will be the future work of my research objective. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Manupriya ma'am, for the excellent presentation. And I would like to apologize for the technical glitch which we faced during your presentation as it hampered the presentation. So we are really very sorry for that. And would you like to add anything else to your presentation?
I think I have described enough, but if there is any doubt, I can definitely describe it. And if you want to add any suggestions for that, I can update the email ID so that you can contact me also. Yeah.
Okay, so does anybody has any questions regarding the presentation? Would anybody like to ask anything? Okay, so moving forward with our conference. Our next presenter for the day is Sir Xiaoshan Zhao, and he is from the Faculty of Biomedical Engineering, Southeast University, Nanjing, China. His topic for the day is a rapid and label-free platform for virus enrichment based on electrostatic microfluids. His abstract is on the screen, and you may read it from the screen.
Yeah.
Also, Sir would be presenting live. So I would like to hand over to Sir Xiaoshan so that he may continue with his presentation.
Thank you. So now I can share my PowerPoint.
Yes, sir, you may.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm Zhou Xiaoxiang. I come from Chinese Southeast University. Today, I will share a short story about my research, virus enrichment based on electrostatic microfluidics. And because my English is not well, so I will maybe speak slowly. First, my research is talk about virus enrichment. So because of the COVID-19, popular of the COVID-19, so the passenger detection research become more. So the detection of passenger include nucleoside detection, immunological detection, and metabolite detection. So, but there are many problems in the detection of passengers, and the big problem is clinical samples always have low concentration and sometimes complex. So to deal with this problem, many researchers use microfluidic, use this platform to deal this problem, and some researchers use structure to collect to enrich virus or other bacteria or any other passage, and use initial, just like this structure, initial force, and or use size-based capture some virus. And also there are many microfluidic chips designed with acoustic control and electronic control or magnetic control. So so we also do some want to do some research about these microfluidic chips, and we want to design a microfluidic chip with electrode, and this is the design of our chip, and the principle of the chip is when virus go in the sample flow, and they will be enriched because of the electrostatic and force, and from sample channel to collection channel, and we collect virus in this channel. So after we design this this device and first this is the schematic illustration of our chip, our device we can see here, and this is actually photo of the device. So before experiment and research, firstly we do a simulation of our device, and we want to know which condition such as voltage and flow rate, which condition is best for the experiment. So in our experiment we use influenza virus H1N1 influenza, and after enrich use our device, and we do the SEM, and we want to know the result efficiency of the enrichment, and we can find the primary sample is the impurity, and after enrichment sample will be clean and can be observed clearly. So we also do some other conditions, different voltage and different flow rate, different SEM result. However, the SEM results cannot demonstrate the efficiency of our experiment. So then we also design the primers to real-time PCR, and we want to use this real-time PCR to further demonstrate the efficiency of our device. And in our real-time PCR result, we find our device have a good efficiency. So we also use same. We also design another device, want to do the same things, enrich virus. We want to design another chip, use electrophoretic force, and do the same things. This also can enrich virus. So in summary, I talked about we developed a electrostatic microfluidic platform which can enrich virus. So, and we do simulation and show different voltage and different platform. The virus can be enriched, and the limit of detection is 100-fold higher. Use our platform. Thank you for attention. This is my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Johnson sir, for such an excellent presentation. Does anybody has any questions regarding the presentation? Would anybody like to ask anything to Sir Shaoshang for regarding his presentation? Okay, moving forward, I would request Sir to stop share. Yeah, thank you so much, sir.
Okay.
So I would like to conclude, and with great pleasure and enthusiasm, I would like to conclude that the conference was a great success. Many people have contributed in different ways to turn this event into a smoothly running conference with very interesting presentations. This conference has resulted in good discussions and networking. I owe my gratitude to all the presenters and patient listeners, to the coordinators and the whole staff of Eurasia Research for their constant support. I would also like to thank all the universities and institutes who have sponsored our participants and people who have directly or indirectly contributed in the smooth conduct of this conference. We are having our upcoming conferences in every month around the world. We are having two conferences in April, the London conference and the Amsterdam conference. In May, we'll be having the Kuala Lumpur conference, the Berlin conference, and the Paris conference. And in June, we'll be conducting the Prague and Singapore conference and many more. You may refer to your friends and colleagues to attend the conferences. And also, with great pleasure and enthusiasm, we would like to let you know that we are organizing Terra International Summit Program. This event is launched free of cost for all the researchers, practitioners, students, and educationists associated with us and who are even willing to join us. Our first summit was conducted on 15th of November 2021, and our second summit was conducted on 15th of February 2022. Both the events were a great success for all of us. The summit is like a TED Talk. The speakers will deliver the speeches on online platform and not on physical stage. You may check more about the event from the link shared in the chat section. And thank you very much. And as I said, the third international summit is to be held on 16th of May 2022, and I invite you all to attend the summit. And before leaving and concluding the conference, I would like all the participants to provide me with their feedbacks regarding our today's conference. Did they enjoy our conference? And it is highly appreciated by us. So can we just start with Ma'am Yoshiko?
Thank you very much.
I would like you to give a feedback regarding today's conference.
Today's conference, and I had a good time to present and to present my research, and a good opportunity to sharing. And I have learned a lot of things and any other from researchers. So, and thank you very much. Sorry. Now in here.
It's okay, ma'am. Not an issue.
I'm sorry. And now in Japan is 8 o'clock at night, so it's dinner time. I'm very sorry. So, but and also I'm very sorry. I couldn't speak English so well. So and it's very difficult. How can I express my mind? So and even my situation, thank you very much for giving an opportunity to present my research in here and sharing the research idea and from other and many of researchers. So thank you very much. Also, I don't have any. I'm not so familiar of the especially technology and engineering. So it's very fun. Thank you very much.
Okay, you're most welcome, ma'am. Your presence is much appreciated for us. Dr. Devnath, ma'am, would you like to give us a feedback on our today's conference?
It was a very good experience from the morning till right now. India, it's around 5 o'clock. So it was a good experience sharing with all of you and getting to know researchers from across the globe. Well, you people have always been doing good conferences, and I feel like family. I am feeling like I feel like family when I talk to your conferences.
Thank you so much.
So that's the reason I have been connecting with all of you, and it's good that the communications and everything you have been very much prompt to reply, and it's a wonderful connecting with you all. That is all I would like to say. I will congratulate you and wish you success, that you conduct many more successful conferences in the future, and make the global platform a good learning experience for everyone. So preaching the education for all policy, so you are reaching to everybody with the help of these digital platforms, and I hope things will normalize, and we'll have our live conferences as well, where actually we can have interactions face to face and sit across the table, as we had discussions in my last conferences, the 2 team activities which we did on pen and paper. Those activities I still remember, and hope we'll have again some good memories like that.
Sure,
Thank
ma'am.
you.
And
Thank you.
You're most welcome, ma'am, and thank you for your kind words and warm regards. Sir Shoshank, would you like to provide some feedback regarding today's conference? It is highly appreciated by us.
Thank you. And I have learned many things here, and I enjoyed. So thank you, everybody. Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir. Sir Noah Clay?
Yes, thank you very much.
You're most welcome, sir. And thank you for attending the conference. And Ma'am Bhanupriya, would you like to provide feedback regarding today's conference? Ma'am, I would request you to unmute yourself.
Thank you very much, ma'am. It was a very nice experience seeing so many people at a stretch and learning their areas as well. And looking forward for many conferences like this. Thank you so much.
You're most welcome. And we, Eurasia Research, thank you all for attending this conference and being a part of the conference, and hope to see you in our future and upcoming conferences. Thank you so much. Thank you. Bye. Hope to see you soon.
Thank you. Bye.